afternoon, good morning, good whatever it is, wherever you are. And welcome. We're starting early today because apparently Nevada found out you could go to work at 9 in the morning.
It's a special day. Who
Yeah,
knows?
because probably they thought yesterday wasn't boring enough, so we have to have extra time, an hour and a half extra today, just to be Bora Rod.
True.
Yeah. And son, we don't go live until at least the time I put in. So writing 5 minutes before I'm supposed to go live, and 4 minutes before, and 3 minutes before. It doesn't help, son. It kind of makes you look slow, as the French would say, retard. Hey, Kim. Hey, Reindeer.
Hey guys.
Hey, Shelly. Hey, Fedorowski. I don't know why I did that.
Hello. And you guys, I will be jumping over at noon to help Nicholas with Jody because it is Jody Day for an hour. And then I'll be coming back here. Hopefully, the state will have closed. I will get out of whatever timeline continuum they continue to talk about. And I will come back and they will do closing statements. That's my goal and hope. Now, that will
Be
never happen.
honest.
Terrible, Mo. It was terrible.
Be honest. You saw it yesterday and thought, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to show up for 5 minutes, shine and wave to people, and then I'm never going to listen to that lead detective again.
I know.
I would do it if I could.
No, I was just like, oh, for the love of good, why are we doing? Why, people? Why you are testing my abilities to?
Let's watch all the evidence one more time.
Yes, that's what they're doing.
One more again.
Sitting there watching that whole video again. That's what we ended on.
And they need to have it texted because it's so low you can't hear anything.
Yeah, you can't even hear it anyway.
It's like watching a lefty stream. And
he loves that joke.
And Salvador will be doing the afternoon shift as we normally do. And Sal, I won't disclose anything, but it's not as common in Denmark as it is in the US.
Well,
hey, Mass.
Hey, Mass.
Good morning, Indigo.
Well, I'm glad we're keeping you company in the middle of the night, Pixie. Sorry you can't sleep. Look, it's been a crazy week and a half, so I'm with you there. I cannot sleep either. So
no,
I've been.
Yeah, some days it's just you wake up, especially it's getting hotter again in Denmark, and you wake up at 2 and you're just sweating, and you have to be up for an hour to get back to bed. But on the bright side, you get to share to watch us live. I can know English today.
I know I did sort of the probable cause affidavit in the Karen Reed, and I was like, read things slowly. And then they had some last names, and I was like,
nope.
No, y'all can, I will highlight it, and y'all can make up in your head what this is, Mrs. K for now.
Yeah, and
I love that case.
that's gonna be a cluster.
I'm hoping that I know I'm a super small channel, but I'm hoping maybe possibly if I can figure out the Twitters or the X or whatever it's called now, that maybe Turtle Boy will get on a stream with me and kind of make sense of it, because I am trying to get I'm trying to make sense of it. But even I think I'll need 6 whiteboards, a lot of string, and possibly 3 or 4 gummies to make sense of all of this.
I like him. He's intense with that case.
Well, you have to kind of, if you get a case like that, you kind of get real intense about it, and you have to.
Yeah, and the problem is already before we start the trial, there's the famous whiteboard drawing by me shenanigans. Hey, Medina.
It's in my photos right now. I love it. I'll never get rid of it.
It is hilarious.
And Sleisha, yeah, Remember, I went to the David Helm School of Names and Stuff.
Sleesha, yeah, that's about
Yeah,
right.
and we are happy to have you, Pixie, because you're always one of the first people who are in the comments and say, "Oh, I missed you." So I'm happy you can do it live.
Yay!
Yes,
We love our Pixie.
No, I don't own a bow tie because with this big head, it kind of looks stupid, and I hate wearing a tie because again,
the choky thing.
yeah, it's last Sunday when we were out shooting, we have our uniform on. It's just we have a suit on and then our member tie, and standing in a pretty hot day, and you need to have your button-up shirt and wearing a jacket, and I don't like it. I could never be in a profession where you have to wear those kind of clothes because as a baker, you just wear a t-shirt. When it's 50 degrees Celsius inside a bakery in the summer, you just need to be able to sweat. Yeah, my dummy is you. I have my dummy. Hey, Shaquille. Yeah, I haven't really. I watched a bit of it just before I did the trial, and I was wanting to go back and watch it again, but life and stuff, it just it adds up.
It really does. And he's got at least 97 parts, like deep in-depth articles. So yeah, it's
Yeah. Can I get the version that's told to me as I'm 5 or drunk, please?
that's basically that's what I'm trying to take notes like, okay, I need short explanations of who all these people are because I can barely remember my own kids, like in order.
It's the one who writes on the walls. It's the one who blamed other people for. No, that's the same person.
Yeah, that's the problem. You've got 27 different people just in the bar with them. And listen, y'all, regardless of if there was a cover up or not, the woman had 7 shots in about an hour. She shouldn't have been driving.
Nope.
That's just my take on it. Okay.
But
So
a lot of these injuries are not related to
no, that's what I'm saying. Regardless of
don't drink and drive.
I don't think
please.
I don't think she did this, but she definitely look, my behind would have been asleep in the corner. It's past 9 o'clock.
Wow. And here's a lot of the sketchy stuff after the fact. The house gets sold, the dog disappears.
Yeah.
No, the dog went to Mexico
saying,
with Gutierrez.
He is.
Okay.
They're all eating tamales and carnitas. That's what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
No dog died, Jamie. Don't.
I didn't say died. You just said disappeared because it went up to a farm that he doesn't know where the farm is.
Medita, we are talking about the Karen Reed case. I have a video that I scheduled to come out, I believe at 1 p.m. today. It's a woman who's accused of backing into her police officer's body and killing him, boyfriend. But there's a lot of sketchy things that are going on with that. So right now I am sort of just presenting the state's kind of probable cause, what they believe happened. And then there is a YouTube creator called Turtle Boy that has been much more in depth, and I'm trying to go through his stuff and kind of put my own spin on it. So, but it's a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah, and it's just so weird, the whole blunt force trauma that made a lot of scratches to him, and the magically appearing tail light on the top of the snow, and there's so many things you can go into.
Yeah, it even in the affidavit, or the part that they were trying to use, because I really couldn't find an affidavit, but I found where they listed all the facts of the evening in order to block something the defense wanted. The way they found certain things, and the hearsay that they allowed as evidence for the facts was a bit interesting. So
Yeah, and Shelley, this is my new project. My brother had gave me this for I had to drive something for him today. So a big Lego figure that looks like a small Lego figure. So this will be interesting if I'm being invited back on the Lego stream, and then there should be a possibility a Paris thing could happen. So I have to go in and see if you can get 2 rotund Lego figures to put under the Eiffel Tower.
That's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. that case where I made the drawing where he somehow stood with the glass in front of him and that lacerated his arm, but it was a blunt force trauma, and he died from the back of his head had his skull crushed from the back of the head with a blunt force trauma. So none of it makes sense in
No.
any
Yeah,
way.
that-
So he should be lying on the floor behind the car when she backed up, and there was another car behind her when she backed up with the lights on that didn't see anybody there.
Yeah, and then this video of where her taillight may got broke, it magically disappeared also. And then the guy's house across the street who has a Ring camera all of a sudden doesn't have footage. He happens to be a police officer also. It's a whole thing.
yeah, I mean, none of it makes sense, but they also stole all of their drink glasses from the damn bars. Stop stealing glasses from bars, people. They
Well,
operate
but-
on a thin margin. Stop it.
Caused his blunt force trauma, apparently.
Well, that's what they're saying caused the scratches, the cocktail glass break. Look, y'all, I'm just saying what they're
I
saying.
know, I know what they're saying, and it's so stupid. It's
Yeah, but
unbelievable.
Now I
believe-
asked Mr. Mo to stand behind the Ford Transit 10 passenger holding a cocktail glass and letting me woman drive behind him, and he said that he doesn't love me that much. I was like, for better or for worser, sir.
Sir, come on. It's for science.
So CERN, you're gonna have to do that one.
Yeah, third bird.
Yeah, it's for science.
Did you see his comment? Oh God, I love this guy.
Yeah, but you don't know him. I do.
I don't. But
They haven't
I feel
announced
like
a trial date yet, as far as I believe. They're having a hearing again, I think, because I believe I found the affidavit somewhere. I can't remember where, but I read it, and it was kind of like on Nicholas's case with the little kid. It seemed so constructed. It just seemed weird. But why can't I see how many parts is in this one? I think it's more than 4 pieces because it's 10 plus, so it should be more than that. But it's a special item you can only get in the Lego stores. And ladies, it's 10.79 inches.
just so you
So
know.
if we ever need to know if something's 10 inches now or not, we have a Lego man for science.
Yeah, now it's not the mushroom I'm showing you, it's the Lego man.
Mhm.
We already went below the belt. Will we ever
Are
be
you
better?
shocked at in any way?
Nope.
Nope.
I
Not
feel
me.
like this shouldn't be a shocking thing anymore.
Mess, it's 654 pieces. So yeah. Yeah, but that's probably either a Carlsberg or Tuborg glass, and they're sponsored by the brewery. So I had a few of those. I never drank because I can't drink. I won't drink. I have never drunk,
Yeah.
as my favorite female says.
Yeah, you
But,
know, me too. I can't, I won't, I haven't, I shouldn't, quite possibly never have. Okay, this must be a thing because I never really went to a bar. I was raising children, which is not a judgment thing at all. It's just what it was. And I'm a homebody,
Well,
so
so much
really,
cheaper to drink at home anyway. Just bring everybody to your house.
No, but you could get some really good ones from, I believe it was Tuborg that had these 3/4 of a liter glass. That's a good glass if you're watching a movie. Then you don't have to go and fill it all the time. So that's a good
every
one.
time I hear about a liter glass, all I think is Super Troopers.
Yeah,
I want a
Farmer.
liter of Coke.
A liter of cola.
And when I was a young man, we used to steal the ashtrays at bars too. It was better than going out to be.
Like they had real ashtrays,
Yeah, they had the
like glass
stoneware kind of. Yeah,
Okay.
so
Ooh,
really good in a fight.
good to know.
I was gonna say our
Oh.
cheap bars had like the tinfoil ones that you just throw away.
The beer he's mentioning, the Skålist. Which kind of Skålist is it? Because they made some make some funky beers. They made it with what's birch? I believe it's birch. They put into the beer, and they have many different kinds. They're quite good. What would you call them? Dinner beers to have with food. It's not a drinking beer. It's more of a if you're having a meal. It's really good to have with a meal.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm learning so much about booze now that I'm streaming, which is
Yeah, Søren and some of his friends, they used to live in the middle of the city, and it was party central for about a year or two. So that was fun times, especially when little Nikolai was visiting and watching football with you. Yeah. Ellebrøg, yeah, that's a good one too. Especially it's becoming more and more popular to have non-alcoholic beers in Denmark. We had it before, and it was just it kind of tasted like Budweiser's Bud Light or something. Kind of like.
Can I ask what the hell is the point? Why have bread water if you could just have a diet
because
pop at that point?
We are people raised on beer. Remember when it's Christmas and we have this Christmas food, as maybe 5-year-olds, you're giving this weak beer called gnome beer, and again, it's a different culture. We don't understand why you can go and drive at such a young age.
Well, because we're crazy. I don't understand why my 16-year-old should drive either at this point. I've seen her room. So, at this point, I agree with you.
Medita, not everyone likes beer. That's okay. Then that's more for the ones who like them. But
I will give you guys all the beers in the world.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a big. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, but I stopped drinking a lot of sodas. I have some energy drinks now and then, but I think sodas is just, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of them anymore. So then better a beer with not too much alcohol in it. So yeah, well, he could have a small bladder.
Well,
I learned to like beer because it was cheap when we were growing up, and when you had to like band together your money just to get somebody to buy you some beer.
You didn't go Mad Dog 2020 for Boone's Farm for $3?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It was either Boone's Farm or like a 40 of something so cheap and gross, but you drink it.
Yeah.
We drank apple wine, and it was so nasty, and you had to stick it in the freezer if you could get it so it was almost, you couldn't get it all the way
Syrupy?
to slushy because there's too much alcohol in it, but it had to be cold to drink it.
Mhm.
And then we went to parties, and I wonder why teen pregnancies isn't higher in Denmark, because whew, it hit like, and then knockoff martini was a thing too. You could clean an engine in that.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I saw that somewhere. Yeah, Pixie gnome. We call Santa's helpers are nisser, and they make nisse øl, and it's kind of like a gnome or whatever you call it wherever you live. But at Christmas, you drink that kind of beer. It's a sweet, not a strong beer. It's only like, I think, 3% or 2.6%, so kids can drink that, no problem.
I will have to try that sometime. We have a big we have a booze emporium in a close to me. I will have to see if
The best ones is from the King's Brew House. That's the name of the brand.
okay.
It's a good one. It's
I
sweet,
will
and
endeavor to remember that.
it's KB, King's Brew House, or Kongens Bryghus.
Mhm.
Well, Iris, you made it. We start early so people can jump on the stream before the court starts. And yeah, the fun one trap. And again, that movie ended stupid, because if they had walked over the hills they were walking through, they had ended up near the painter's resident. They walked the wrong way. Jeg købte den i Rema 1000, din idiot.
So, I mean, like, do you want to update people on like what happened yesterday?
Oh, guys, I will be going over to help Nicholas with Jody today, and I will be back, and hopefully the state will have rested, right? Yay.
Fingers crossed.
Don't jinx it.
So I will see you guys in about an hour.
Hey.
Have
Bye,
fun. Say hi
guys.
to Nicholas.
I
Yes.
will.
$3 Chuck. That sounds
That sounds amazing.
that sounds like when we get our Christmas beer, it's a bit stronger. We say they're made of 2 ingredients: condoms or boxing gloves, because either you want to make love or you want to fight. And the $3 Chuck sounds like something made on condoms and boxing gloves. No, we just get really drunk as teenagers, so yeah.
Yeah.
And speaking of experience, accident do happen. Oh, that must be a mistake. YouTube is slow sometimes to update the likes. No, I have 22 likes now and 30 viewers, so we're down 2 viewers and up 2 likes.
Come on, guys.
That's math.
Shelby.
Yeah, that's special Christmas gnome. Hey, Wendy. Yeah, but before the trial start, as Jamie said, let's make an update. What happened yesterday? Friday, the state was supposed to close, rest, and they didn't. But they wanted to bring in 2 officers. The first lead detective at the scene, he arrived after 5 or 6. He couldn't remember other officers. He couldn't testify if anyone was in the house walking around securing the place, because he went down the street to talk to other people. He couldn't tell you if there had been EMTs or anything in there, because he went down the street and talked to people. But he had heard somewhere that the defendant had said something, and that was allowed in, some of it, and some of it wasn't allowed in. And again, the defense did a really good job at poking holes at no one walked around inside the house. Again, they made him say, I don't know anything, it could have happened, and at least 4 or 5 people was in the house before the next guy who took the stand, who was the lead investigator in this case, came and said, well, everything was checked and we made sure everything was okay. Then he was asked to to mind read. No, that was the first guy. He was supposed to mind read the defendant. I can't remember it's the first or the second. Mind read the defendant and mind read the dead guy, and know why they did what they did. And the judge kind of got upset, and I believe the defense made 5 objections and got 4 of them. The judge gave them, and then they asked for an early lunch because it wasn't going well for the defense. And the afternoon, I'm so sorry, Sal, but the afternoon was just replaying all the evidence we have seen before in this case. And as Jamie and I have talked about, it's kind of like you can see cases where the state doesn't have super clear evidence. They just pile information on you till you surrender and just vote whatever they want, because they're just keep going back to the well. Instead of having 30 to 45 minutes, you pull out the whiteboard, you say, you arrived at the scene, you heard this and you heard that. So far, everything they have testified lines up with what he said. Only the bullet casing in the hallway and no blood or holes in the hallway is the biggest problem in this case. They haven't proven he hired this guy to murder his wife. They haven't proven he didn't do it because there was supposedly a large amount of money in the house. So if they are arresting today, I would really like to go back to the 12 people who gave him the big DP, what was that, 6 years ago, because so far, whatever the state has provided is kind of backing up his story. And yes, they brought in the family of Michael Mills, I believe is his name, the guy he shot.
Yeah.
And that family said, yeah, we think he was a weird guy, and we think it was weird Michael hung out with this guy and he gave him money. But you didn't hear anything about Michael was telling stories about he had to go shoot someone or anything like that. And then you have the pensioner club coming in and say, well, we had a telepathic connection to this to the dead woman and could feel that her husband were bad to her. We haven't had anything in this case. It's really strange. So yeah, that's
Good
Hey
Lord.
Alexandra, now you changed your
That was a
profile
great
pic.
recap.
Yeah, thank you. Hey Chris Mullen, T-Reese here. Hey, Cheryl B. Why am I singing? I don't know.
You're so excited.
Yeah, because it's gonna be a great day. I can feel it in my bones. Or
Yes.
maybe it's just my bad back. Yeah, and again, is it the right tactic to use with the jury? Because I would hate the state if I was a juror sitting for, how long was they sitting for yesterday? I believe close to
Almost
5 hours.
Yeah.
And about an hour before and 4 hours in the afternoon, listening to a tape you couldn't hear anything, and then the police had transcribed what they meant was being said, which I would have objected to. I don't know if they had it in a pre-trial hearing, but I would never allow the police to write down what they believe was said in that room, because that's their opinion. It's not what was said. They have to provide a clear audio record. I would have objected. And I have seen it more times in Danish courts where they say on the Cellbrite, when the officer said, well, look here, there's the tractor stolen from this and this, and we believe Johnny did it. They say, you have to show it without those notes because it influence the people who's reading it. So I would have objected to having the text on the screen. This one. Yeah, Jimmy Mo Baker. We could make a great country band.
My worst nightmare.
Good morning, Twisted. You are ready to go out of
You really are, aren't you? Right out the gate.
Well, We talked about the Lego guy, but you weren't here. I'll do it again. I had to go and drive something to another city for my brother today, so he gave me this, so I had something when I'm doing a Lego stream. It's a big Lego man with a small Lego man, and more than 600 pieces, so it will take me forever. But it's kind of a one-off you can only buy at Lego stores. But I think it's kind of cool.
Yes.
And there's a little guy in his head. Oh, we could open your head, son, and put a little guy in there. Then there would be something.
So, and how big is he?
Son? I don't know, 200 kilos. Yeah, don't forget the very important detail. The state tried to imply that they had a man-on-man relationship, even though he was married to his sixth wife and had a girlfriend at the same time. They tried to imply that he was gay. I don't. Yeah. Do I think he did it? That's not what you're supposed to ask in a trial. You're supposed to ask, did the state prove he did it? And
Yep.
so far, I will say there's reasonable doubt, because his explanation lines up with most of the evidence. The only problem is there's no bullet holes in the hallway. But again, it's a high stress situation. You can forget where you were when you shot. So the right question in cases is always, did the state prove it? Because I don't like this guy. I think he's a class A-hole. But still, the state have to prove him guilty.
Yep.
Yeah, and a little bit of the with the blue pills and stuff like that. Oh, they're going almost on time.
Yes, sir. All right. State may recall Detective O'Kelly. State recalls Detective O'Kelly.
As I named him a new name yesterday, I won't change it to O'Kelly.
Back to this stupid video that we've already seen.
Yeah, that's going to be on a Saturday Stab Your Day stream. We can talk about that.
Mm.
Well, thank him for choosing to watch this trial.
Dean O'Kelly.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to resume playing stage 331 at 1:15:26.
Why is there no subtitles?
No, I don't think so. Okay, you don't have kids at school? No. Well, if you had them, I had to teach them if I wanted to. Oh, I'm sure. But I don't do that no more. I did for the first year I was here, but ever since they had the titles, I just haven't felt well.
Did you? I don't know. Sometimes things come out in.
No, I was sleeping, but I don't think I missed much. Oh, that's just like me. I've had the backache the same place.
$1,779. I'm sure it came down, especially after you sold two of them. But are they gonna make you nervous if we walk around like this? No. I'm all right.
Yeah, I know it's Dean O'Kelly, but I gave him a new name yesterday, and I won't call him Boring McBoring's son. I'm a baker. I'm not a chef. I don't do potato recipes. But something that's protein that isn't meat. Milk? Yogurt. Eat some Greek yogurt. That's good for you. Biotics for the stomach and a lot of protein.
Not having one more child and a house payment and a pool payment, probably another $300,000-$400,000 in insurance, but there's $675,000 old insurance, and that's just her. It's my insurance. I'm the one that's really insured. It's just a penalty that she gets 40%, 50% or something. The insurance is from
X.
And I've always kept it active because, like I said,
I love potatoes.
I don't need the cottage cheese, but there's a lot of protein in that too. Can you eat cottage cheese with a baked potato? I don't know.
Turn cottage cheese into anything delicious.
Got insurance, cool. Got a nice house, 3 kids, put through college, and a nice wife, but she stays at home and don't work, and she falls over dead from a heart attack, from a stroke. Some crazy fool breaks in the house and steals your gun and shoots her in the head, and you lose your house and kids don't go to college because you didn't have anything else to fall back on, And
that's more of a chef.
But I think we just about covered everything I can possibly think of to cover.
I can't hear anything.
So
I could hear a word here and there.
Could you have had, or would there be any reason, and I asked you this the other night when I interviewed you the night that this happened. Obviously, we've talked to a lot of people. Would there be people that would tell us that maybe you had something to do with this? Yes, because I just went over and apologized to my neighbor today because yesterday when he drove by and smiled at me, I was kind of anxious about picking up Sharon's remains. And I said, don't smile at me. You don't even know me. Why don't you come over and meet me? Talk to me before you fucking talk about me behind my back.
Hey, Dennis Heaton. Yeah, the tranny granny. That we should have named it that. Because he's the only person I know who had a perm since the 80s. Yeah, there was something about a nice big house, people going to college, a wife who had a heart attack, a gun being stolen. And then he was asked if anyone would blame him for this. He said, yes, because I talked to someone and said sorry for something. And
But what would make this all so much easier to digest is if they would stop the video and explain to us what they're trying to get at with him or what he's saying or what they're implying. You know what I mean? Like, it's just they play it. You can't hear anything. And then where's your point in all this? What are you trying to prove?
did he at some point say people would blame him for the murder? Yes, as you heard on the tape, he said blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
I would do that. Jamie, the classes in Daryl Brooks' School of Law and stuff is really paying off for you.
I'm top of my class.
You know maritime law.
I want a certificate.
I don't know, he's very healthy too. He's the boy of the two. But I went over today and apologized.
I don't know why I lean forward because I have a headset
All
on.
he said is he sees the U-Hauls. I tried to explain to him 2 of the times you seen the U-Hauls wasn't a fucking thing. And I went and rented them. And there's 2 minutes of Sharon getting crazy or me getting crazy. Fuck this, I'm not putting up with the shit. I already told you when you start this shit, I'm gone. And
now he's talking about the U-Hauls he rented when he left her, but they were empty just because he or she got crazy. Okay, we have heard that before.
You saw the news reports, right? About what happened at your house. Did you see any of them? All I see was one with the neighbor and one with my car when he was cleaning. Every time they put one of these news reports on, they always put that caveat.
How many wives do have to be alive for it to be a good look?
It's there, trust me. And so invariably you get dozens of calls from people that probably don't even know you, throwing out their hypothesis as to what might have happened.
Oh, shock.
And so, that's why I'm just asking.
We met the biddies. We know a lot of people out there talking.
No.
And saying, he had something to do with this. No, because I don't even know any of the neighbors. I knew Alex next door. And now I did tell him because his house had been burglarized and his wife came home and caught a man with a gun. That if that ever happens, just call me. And if he comes to my side, I'll shoot at him, but get him back to your side. Alex right on this side, on the right. Okay, this is your house, this is the street. It would be your house further down.
Well, that's
So
just bad planning. Sorry.
Okay.
Try to speak Danish there.
And his wife came home and somebody was in the house with a gun? Yeah, he had him do some tile work and he fucked it up and he wanted $8,000 and that wasn't what they agreed to or something, as the story goes, and they came and ripped off his guns. It was somebody he knew, and his wife came home in the middle of the day and caught some guy there with a gun. She ran out the back door, the front door, guy ran out the back door and they have swatted this guy. I think they got one of the guns back. I don't think they ever caught him. Did you ever find out it was white or black? Actually, I told him I think it was a black guy because I seen a black older guy walking by there a few times.
You can hear one in every 50 words.
Was Mike already coming over?
Somebody talking about some money.
I didn't know Mike did. I don't know Mike. No, it was Mike. I don't even want to stay still. Mike, sure. That wasn't Mike. I seen that guy without he was an older guy. Well, actually, I don't know, he's probably not the same age, just looked over and looked really one. Sharon, if she would have seen somebody in the house, I mean, you know her better than we do, what would her reaction be? I think she would have fought him. She may have turned and run, she may have just froze, but I think she would have fought him. I really do. I think she would have fought him. But she doesn't see. That's what her disability is she doesn't see. That's why I was so sick last couple of weeks ago. I know I was not feeling well coming back from Utah because I had to let her drive all the way home. I took 20 minutes to get started slow. She was driving, can't stand.
Hey, Unicorn. I'm already getting annoyed.
So if she goes in the house, all right, she walks in through the garage into that hallway. What would have been the first thing she would have done? Because obviously you moved back in the house yet. It's my understanding she was going to go wash her pussy and was going to have sex. But
Ooh. They were going to have sex.
When she walks in the house, what does she normally do? Depends on what we do. Usually she goes back at night. Usually she goes back. Okay. Did she turn the regular light on? No, you big guy? We have a hallway that comes on the light. It's on a part-time. It's not big, it's a little one, but you can see it around.
Is his back hurting? Is that why he's standing up?
Yeah, I have exactly the same problem. If I sit long, I have to get up and stand up against the wall and try to take off the pressure off the spine.
And then I remember, but I felt that so we decided not to go to the movies.
Now we have cough in the courtroom.
I slept that night. Actually slept. First time I slept.
No, she went in through the garage door. She got out of the car, and he opened the door. She went in. He drove it in, and put the door down and waited, so he didn't hear anything.
So
He allegedly had a really bad back.
She would have seen something.
Have a really bad back. He's on medication doing the trial
She would
too.
have reacted. I would have hoped she would have ran like hell, but she would have came and got me, but then she may have not remembered that she told me to put the gun away that night. And the gun that you were telling me about in that basket, who knew where that one was? In the basket. Yeah. Remember you said that 22 was in the basket?
I'm not sure he enjoys it because he asked to have his schedule changed so he wouldn't be falling asleep in trial. And it's opioids, so at some point you don't enjoy them anymore. You just take them.
And he knew where the 38 was, and that again was because he said he obtained up there for us to share. See, that's how bad Sharon's eyes is.
I can't do morphine. because
And that was
I'm
like,
allergic
back
to that
and
one.
say, and
Thank God.
15 minutes later, somebody will be back. She never studied the criminal mind. Have I ever studied that? I mean, you seem like somebody who's interested in political science. I can't get into political science. No, it's psychology. I got a psychology minor. That fight or flight, when you're faced with a difficult situation.
Do you have to study the criminal mind to know about fight and flight? This is just stupid.
What are they freaking talking about?
Shit, somebody's here. And Mike, you've been in your house how many times? Quite a few. Dozens.
And I know we have to sit through this, and it's just annoying, and it's because they don't really have a clear timeline. But has anything said yesterday or today not matched up with his explanation about what happened? All the evidence more or less lines up with his story, and he has told the same story all the way through.
Yeah.
He's
and they're
not
trying
changing.
to pick holes in little things like, well, at 3:48 this happened, and it's like between this and this, and then they were talking about the fire extinguisher yesterday, and I wasn't really getting that, but I don't know if you missed that part. We're really fixated on this damn fire extinguisher.
Yep, I think it's because he had to hit the refrigerator or something for it to fall. But again, in the heat of the moment, he's not knowing We're always talking about, you can hear when people make up stuff. He keeps to his story, and he's not oversharing. He's not talking. He's not trying to put a lot of details into it. What did she do when she went in? Well, probably went to bed because we were gonna have sex. That's not a. What did she do? I don't know. Maybe went to the toilet. He didn't say, well, she was going in to the toilet because we are going to have sex, and she had to do this and that, and then we were going to do this and that, and I had just popped the blue pills, and I was going to give her 2 minutes in heaven. None of that.
Right, Lexi? That's what it is too.
Yeah, I have the same. When I have sometimes when my back seizes up real bad, they give me I don't know if you call it a blockage in English too, but when they spray it directly into the muscle to try to relax it. When I get morphine, I immediately feel like I'm having a bad influenza or something like that. Yeah, again, we have talked about it in almost every trial. At some point we're talking about fight and flight. I only have the one for the Chrome that Dave sent me. I don't know what it's called. He sent it to me. I don't know.
I know what you're talking about because I have it too.
Yeah, but that's the only one I know. Yeah, but son, the things you do to get the opiates, leave the sailors alone, son. Well, I have had all kinds of back pain drugs, and at some point your body just gets used to it, and that's the big problem.
Yeah. Yep.
Again,
always about that.
And it's just, yeah.
You never do it in the right time frame, or you wait too long, or you don't do it quick enough. They'll find something.
Yeah, and it's the Branca rule of law. Yesterday, when they were talking about the hollow points and the soft points, again, what does it matter? We know the guns was fired in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was exaggerating. Maybe one on a good day if you have a smoking break in the middle.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the tour doing through the house, but I think the defense will be hitting really hard on how you see him in the beginning of that tour. In my opinion, as a person who had been on really strong pain pills, he was high out of his mind at that point. He was at the point where I go when I start talking German to a cat or something like that. I have done it, yes, but he was high out of his mind, and you can see it when he comes down from it in the end of the video. It's a clear, not a progression. I don't know what. Yeah, it would be a progression through an intoxication. So yeah.
Yeah. I could tell.
Yeah, I try to live with the pain too, because being on pills isn't that good for your liver and stuff like that.
And like you said, with pain medication, especially, that's why there's a lot of problems with it, is because you start to get your body gets used to it, and you need more and more and more.
Yeah, that's my mother worked at the hospital as a lab worker, lab technician, and when they started giving me when my back, they couldn't do anything to take the pain away, and they said, "Well, just pop this, and when your urine starts to smell like breakfast cereal, you take a break." I was, what? Then I asked my mom, said, "Yeah, that's because when your liver, no, your kidneys stop working, your piece kind of smells like a sugary thing." So they just wanted me to eat these ibuprofens like candy. It's better to have pain days and then have a liver. So yeah.
It just seems odd that he would run into the garage. Never know. He didn't run into the garage. He didn't run into the garage. I mean, he came toward you. You were in that first.
But I'm just annoyed with this trial, so I have to entertain myself and entertain Jamie. Look at those lashes. Wouldn't you like to entertain those?
I think he said something about money.
That'd be right wrong.
Don't know because it was this year, and I was strictly zoned out.
I'll be right back.
What the fuck is that gun and the clip? Gun and clip, gun and clip. And when I come back around the corner, we just kind of just almost, well, we did bang into each other. And that's what I said. I think I probably pushed the mask a little bit with my arm, my shirt, my head, and something. Because he didn't act like he didn't, just like he couldn't get it out. And then I started thinking, it ain't because he couldn't see, he couldn't get out of the fucking belt, because there's 14 fucking belt loops in there, They were so tight. And that's mine wasn't in the holster. Mine was already there and loaded, and I didn't stop. Ask him, I told you straight up. I just started shooting, and I shot him, and he went out the back door, and I just kept shooting, and then he fell down, and then that's when a couple of seconds later, when the fire extinguisher hit the ground, I shot him once or twice again because it scared the shit out of me, and that was reflex. Yeah. That was reflex.
So what caliber gun do you prefer?
40 SW.
Not a 22?
Not a 22, no.
Why not?
Because there's 3.1 for everyone in the United States, and
3.1 what?
22 is for every person in the United States.
Oh.
Something like that. Years ago, that was the odds or the stats. A 40, because it's the biggest thing you can get. Actually, what I really prefer is my little 380, because it's small. I can't wear the big guns anymore.
Well, if you had to go into a fight, you had a 22, 380, and a 40, which would you pick?
AK-47 or 12.
You have that choice.
My 40.
Okay. Just because the bullet's bigger.
And because it holds 18 bullets.
22 speed kills.
Speed kills. Not if you hit him in the finger. That didn't even fucking hurt. That didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
I just felt it. 22. Didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
A girl I knew came over and brought her son, and I had been doing a case at the law office, and a girl I knew that the one I was cheating on, oh God, she was beautiful. Anyway, her husband had just died, and he had a bunch of guns that he wanted to sell, so she wanted to sell them. and I took a 22 and a couple other guns from it. I was wearing the 22 and an ankle thing. I didn't sit up for 2 or 3 days, but I did get pictures of these people coming out of the hotels, and I was just tired. I was worn out. And they showed up and we did our little thing, and the boy kept looking at it, and I really liked the boy because I'd known the girl for years and been lovers off and on. And I said, "Oh, Wendy, quit being so silly. It's just like a fucking, it's a hammer. It's a pair of pliers. It's a shovel, for Christ's sake. It's just a tool. It's no safer than, than the person using it." And I says, "Do you want to see it, Jason?" And I started handing this little 22, and then I thought, you've been on some drugs for days, you haven't slept for days. I don't even know if it's loaded. It was at my ankle, and I picked it up, and I went to just pull the pocket back to see if there was a shell in it.
Shot your finger off.
I shot my finger off. And they tried to take my gun license, but you know what was really so fucking just amazingly cool about this? 2 detectives in Salt Lake City doing a stakeout, and one of them decided, king. And for some reason, he pulled his gun out and shot his partner in the next car, and then get killed him. And then another one shot his partner in the stomach, and then one of them in a training class that happened here in Henderson or someplace. And it says, "No guns in the training class" at the Post Academy. And the trainer of the place is in there, and his buddy comes in, his partner comes in, and wrestles the gun away from him and kills his partner. So, what's the moral of it?
It's a lethal place to shoot a person.
I guess it would be what you would shoot them with. I don't know.
You had to just pick up where would be the most lethal place to shoot somebody.
Wherever I could. I'd shoot the body because it's the biggest area, but I'm gonna probably shoot. I think my dad got fucked up when I worked for Customs and DEA, because I did do a little of that for a while too. Did you guys do that too, right? Yes? You didn't? You're letting me down.
I'll have to see if they've ever heard of it.
Foghorn Leghorn. Foghorn Leghorn. That was the Customs agent's favorite guy. That's who they paid me under. And cash. Always in cash.
Let's see. Yes.
Did Mike tell you about going on any kind of trips or any planned trips you were going?
Did he need money for them?
He needed money for child support. He was going to go to jail for child support. For sure, he needed money for child support.
He needed a trip that he didn't plan.
He did mention some, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know if he mentioned that he would like to go there, or he needed to go there, or was going to go there. But he had said something about going somewhere. But I don't think the trip that he needed money for child support, because he actually wanted to borrow money for the child support. He wanted to borrow $3,000. I paid my child support up front the whole time. I loan my ex-wife and her new husband $9,000, and the interest is more than the fucking child support. They owe me money.
So you mentioned the dream team. You gotta ask. They know you did it?
Fuck yeah, he did it.
Why?
No, actually, do I think he did it? No, I do not think he did it.
Why?
I think he's smarter than that. He had a lot of money. He could have hired it done. But then I can see maybe in a fit of rage. But
Did you pause it for me to speak?
Yeah, because I was stupid enough to unmute. I was just saying you were cracking up when you were saying something.
Well, no, I was reading some of the stuff, but I was waiting for you to come back because I hate talking over it because I can't tell if I'm breaking up or not. But I was going to tell you to pause anyway to kind of discuss those comments about his emotion. Well, first of all, when was this video? How long after this all happened? And then, like, we do base too much on how are people supposed to act in these situations, because tell me what's the right amount of time for somebody to call the police. Tell me what the right amount of time is for, how are you supposed to cry immediately? Are you supposed to cry after? Are you supposed to cry during the entire time you're talking about it? Like, I don't really base a lot of that on things like that, because I've had people pass away in my life and I've like been ice cold for like a whole day, and then it hits me, and then sometimes I don't say anything at all. Sometimes I react differently. So I don't know.
And if you hear his 911 call, he's almost too exaggerated. He's hyperventilating, and it seems kind of like he had heard about you have to have a heavy breathing, so he goes all the time. But again, the Branca rule of law, it's always too much, it's always too little.
Yeah. And it's like, how many, like Tiri just said it, like how many times has he told this story? So like maybe it's not that emotional for him to say what happened over and over again.
Yeah. And I can't is it there's a logo covering the date, but I think this isn't the first interview he's giving to the police
I
either.
think that's the second one. Yeah.
Yeah. So but again, what's too much, what's too little?
I don't think he did it because I wasn't there, and a jury of 12 peers said he didn't do it. And you know what? Ain't my fucking business. I don't fucking care, but you know what? He ain't babysitting my kids, my grandkids. But no, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Pardon me?
No, because you think he did it.
No, just because.
And maybe he's just not an emotional guy in general. I mean,
I'm 100% behind judicial system. It works. It works. You crack the seal on that night, that's you see those two.
And why is there cuts in the interrogation tape?
The seal on that night, that's you see those genuine things dropping out or something.
I don't know.
Butterfly. That's butterfly in German.
Is it?
Schmetterling.
Why does that sound?
You're right.
This ain't funny, but you know, it's not.
Because German isn't a language, it's a yell. It's really good to command armies, but not a lot leather.
Surprise you what we know.
Oh,
Oh my god.
No, but you should know everything there is.
June 3rd redacted.
It's all internet.
And this happened in May.
So what is your last shit tell?
All the arrows. What do you think? You're an intelligent man.
I don't need to think. I was there. I know exactly. Unless there was somebody else there.
Now he's getting heated.
Well, you saw all the
Is this too much yelling when
He had to
you're
be
questioning him?
because it went up.
Nina doesn't yell.
I think.
She has the 99 luftballon.
because
You're too young to know that song, Jamie.
strikes a hard surface like a wall or a table or a piece of pipe or a head or
Or the ground. It sparks. It sparks. Chips the concrete, and then hits the fat lady in the leg, and then it switched over and hits the fat boy in the knee.
The fat lady in the leg and the fat boy in the knee.
Short.
Well, I thought that's what that was for. Said, no, I haven't done this paralegal thing since CSI came out.
So just knowing what you know, and what you saw that night, where do you think he could have been standing?
I don't know. I thought he was in the bedroom. I thought he was in the bedroom because of the only reason, because the clock was down. That's the only reason I thought that. But I can't hear. I cannot get depth perception. And I told you that I got nervous, and I remember the next day or 2 days later, when he came back to the house, I said I remembered that I got freaked out about the bathroom and kind of went and flipped it open, thinking there was somebody hiding back there. And I heard something, but I can't ever tell where it was.
Exactly.
So I figured he was in the bedroom. That's what I figured, but I don't know.
Yeah, and now he's too animated. It's always something. And I was just watching some other comments on this, and the more he speaks, the guiltier he looks. I don't see that. But again, it's the perception you have when you go into it.
He actually did. That was, and he wrote out
Had this for a long time. He's probably
Everybody
gonna
going out busy. Everybody going out busy except the street. He didn't understand, you know, what the fuck was going on. I tried to explain that to him, you know. A couple of those times that new law was there, that's because I got the new law because I couldn't afford $40,000 a year gambling. And when I came back, it was a whole different scenario. I got the bank cards, I got the checks, and I got the joint account. And you get your own account whatever you spend, that's fine, just make sure you put your money in my account, move it over, however you wanna do it, pay the bills, but it won't be no more than $600, $300 at check fees. Because if that happens again, I'm gone, Sharon, I'm not doing this. And she stopped gambling for a while, and cut it way down. But apparently, I just thought she cut it way down because now I'm finding out she's got thousands of dollars in bank cards and the money I gave her's gone, and the 401's gone, and
You gonna be responsible for all that?
I don't know. I know I'm gonna be responsible for her excess taxes.
That don't seem right.
Well, it's IRS. Aren't we in her building? Could we run down and get a ruling on that real quick, just so I know? Something else nice, because you know what, once you come and just tell me I'm under arrest, or you just really need to talk to me to clear something else up, I'm probably.
I have the audio up, I have a headset on, and I have a booster on,
30 days,
and I can make out maybe
No, because they already
one
fucked
word in
up.
20.
You fucked up. This was an easy one for you. This was an easy one for you, because the forensics is
But
there.
he complained a lot when he had to go down and up, and if he was on pills in the beginning, because in the end in the garage he seemed like he was really trouble getting up.
Any
But
questions about what was taken out of the house?
yeah, that could be a problem.
First, it's not that I don't trust, but I think I'll take my hand with me.
Oh, thank you, sweet 7 pounds 4 ounces, baby Jeebus.
What do you think? To kill for?
I can't tell you anything that was said other than a fat lady was shot in the leg and a fat boy in the knee. That's the most coherent sentence I heard. I can't hear anything. Sit back and enjoy and listen, because it's always great to hear my rants, because it's so informative. I know, Twisted. Yeah, but again, I have the direct feed into my headset and I can't hear anything.
Trying to figure it out.
Jamie is so young, she knows those movies.
You know,
And Lady Lawyer looks like she slept in her clothes from yesterday and just rolled into court.
she's not consistent
No.
with her
She
look.
got real dolled up in the end of the week. She probably had a nice weekend. She was meeting a new beau from Tinder on Friday, and she had one hell of a weekend, and she's a little sleep deprived,
Yep.
and maybe has a problem sitting down.
Oh my gosh.
And Fedorowski, again, we can speculate, but again, have the state proven all of this? I think he was highly medicated. That made him more mobile. And when the drugs wore off, he started to grunt a lot more.
Twilight sucks.
The more I type, it's just talking to myself, which I do to clear my head sometimes. I called the lawyer and sue on you guys, and I was gonna tell you, just ask you up front. Right off, like, straight down, start me if you want, so you know I wasn't a liar. If this was going to affect you, because I thought, what the fuck, you guys in Howard in the house. It didn't, well, then I read that. Oh, okay. Because it would took an hour, I never been a lawyer to talk to lawyers, so because.
Not even minutes, a minute. There's one they got you out, and they went back.
Well, that's
How long
what
did
I'm
they
saying,
play
like,
this
you know,
from?
it takes so long.
3 hours at least yesterday without any breaks asking questions.
Nope.
What do you think, Tom?
And it's the same mumbling all the way through. The jury is sitting and looking like Biden in Hawaii.
Because I thought she laid there on that cold floor by herself, and I could have been in there with them. All those guys were out fucking around with helicopters and dogs, because I didn't know that I was doing.
They were in there when you came out. They took you into custody and they.
Yeah, but again, we can't jump into the head of 12 people in the jury. Some might see him as, because he's looking really frail in the court too, so they could believe him.
Alright, so you had questions about stuff in the house.
They haven't poked enough holes in his story. They have implied a lot of things. As I said, ifs and buts. Yeah. Yeah, in Denmark, he would be cleared just to go back to work because he's fine. Lifting heavy stuff. Yeah, it's a constant pain to when you have but if you're like me with my bad back and have to go on the pension, you have to do work training, and it's so bad. People with cancer have died before they were allowed to go on this pension.
Really?
Yeah, because no, they had to go out and do work training. Someone had a bed at the place she did her work training, so she can go and lie down. She had to work 2 hours a day, had a bed so she can go and lay down because she had so much pain. But she still had to go. And then after that, they said, well, we'll try it again some other place. Maybe not. That's not the right place for
Is
you.
this like a police report that I need, that I could ask you about?
You asked us what was taken out.
Yeah, but I was also asking about a police report, and you said it's gonna say
The ICU.
officers getting into their body, blah, blah, blah. Still thinking or something.
Yeah. That's just the crime report. That's what you needed for your insurance company.
One of them, yeah, it said something about if you get it.
Normally what they want is they want it from us for whatever, insurance companies and whatever their infinite wisdom is, that you can't give them something, but I can give them something. I mean, you understand doing all that shit you used to do.
No, actually, I never dealt with insurance companies.
No, well, the insurance companies, when they want information, they want it from us for whatever reason. So just have them contact Detective Kelly.
That's you, Kelly.
I'm gonna give you a copy of this, that's your signature right here. I'll make a copy.
Now, is this?
Yeah, we used to have demonstrations every Saturday in my town to make them be more fair in their treatment, because we were really bad in my city in all these cases, especially the people dying and not being found sick enough to have the pension.
I pissed him off, didn't I? Not wrong. Well, that's good, because I didn't want to, and I wasn't being fair. I figured his wife was cute. This place, I think that's the name of it, to die for, but, Jesus Christ, I love her. Tom Cruise's ex-wife. The blonde monster. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Nicole Kidman. She's got on that little dress with, the guy that played Johnny Cash later. Sitting in his chair and watching this. And she's in the ring, and Sweet Home Alabama comes on. She just does that little thing with that little dress. She's just a little bit.
Yeah, Søren is going through it right now, and you're just so afraid because they can just take the doctor's notes and just throw them out. Say, no, we don't believe the doctor is right. You can do this and that.
They're so hurt.
So she likes more exotic stuff. I don't know. Pretty common.
So yeah, like I said earlier, the lab work is still out there. We're at the mercy of.
How can there be so much still to play on this tape?
This one, there's no suspect getting ready to go to court. It goes
We haven't heard
not to the
anything.
bottom of the pile, but further down the ones where we have suspects and we're getting ready to go.
I know.
Because I have to get them done first.
Like, tell us what's going on. You want us to hear. Like, come on.
And are they now going to do
Suspect getting ready to go to court.
2 hours? Was that the?
There's no doubt your forensics, he shot her, you know that.
I haven't even
Did the
seen
police
the
officer
reports.
just
Matter of
laugh
fact,
at
we
him?
don't have any
I
reports.
think so.
We have to wait on it.
I couldn't tell.
See, because that's one advantage I got over you guys. I say, I know what happened.
That's true.
And the guy that was with you, your partner, I thought he was sleeping.
I could even slow it down and you couldn't hear anything because it's just such a bad recording.
First time he was in here.
Oh, the party?
And then he leans up and says, I don't understand, why was it 22? And he described it, you know, I said, that was
We had the same in Denmark. That was why we had the demonstrations.
Why was it on clothes or something? We couldn't understand that. I couldn't find that again.
Welcome back, Rob Mill.
I
think that's his name. Rob. Yeah. Jody is a special lady.
Is this a trick question or what?
You're special.
I've talked to you more than anybody. I've talked to them Las Vegas since I've been here, rather than Sharon, probably, and the grandkids. So you're like my best friend, dude.
Yeah. Shouldn't have secrets. Right?
Shouldn't have secrets.
That's right.
What do you mean? Well, everybody's got secrets.
True.
Everybody's got secrets.
Those people that call in on those secret witness lines. And there's no name, so it's like, all right. You know, somebody says, well, I think that the guy that did this had a bear. And took the bear and got into the backyard, did this and did that. You know, it's wild shit we gotta follow up on. Just like somebody said, well, I think that he did this and he did that.
Are you serious? Somebody said that?
Oh, yeah.
A bear?
No, not that. I'm just saying, you know, these are ridiculous things that we have to follow up on. Just like when somebody calls and says, well, you know, I think I might have seen him at a casino 2 years ago, and I mean, you can't believe some of the shit.
Jody is just misunderstood.
Yeah.
Anything else, guys?
What's he reading?
I gotta get down to the thing. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Young, for coming in. Thank you. You're really not that bad guy, I'm sure. You just,
See you later, Greedy.
it must be the
Greedy.
Yeah, okay. You too.
All right, ready to head downstairs?
What are you doing here? Come on.
He's because he signed his testimony. He's reading it. That you should always do that. You shouldn't sign it before you have read it, because now he has signed it, and they can put everything in it.
Mm-hmm.
He had keys to the house.
He did.
It says 2 keys.
I don't know if those were keys that were his to present an uncle's house.
Then why did you put it in the report if you didn't know it?
How do we get a police report?
Had the insurance company called Detective O'Kelly or called me. And, so they want the police report to come tomorrow.
Yeah, and those two should really use some proper lighting when they took pictures.
You seen that, didn't you?
It's like $11,779 just.
I was gonna rent one first, down at the lake to see a small one. Sharon wanted them. So I bought that fucking convertible, man. I like the little Ram I had, you know, it was just so cheap on gas. And I had an Envoy too, that was, oh my God, it was like most luxurious car I've ever had. And I loved it, but it just used so much gas, but it was pulling up.
Now they're talking about cars.
Boat or something, you know, so. No, with the Envoy, GMC Envoy that has 4 separate controls and speakers for 4 different people, and the seats are heated and cooled and all that. And I traded it in and got that convertible she wanted. And just absolutely useless. I can't hear her anyway. So if I leave the hood, leave the stuff down and get too hot, can't hear nothing as it is. It's hard to get in and out of it too. I can imagine. This is really for your benefit, because I hate to keep in your hallway, because I'm not to clean it up. Can't make me. I think there's laws on that, well, no law. I think there's laws. I think no law. I think there is laws. It has to be done a certain way by the environmental. My brother's a scientist for the state of Utah.
My brother is a scientist, and he's not going to puke in the hallway. And why he's grabbing his
I
junk?
have hepatitis C, so somebody would have to bring their biotin cleaned up.
Yeah. Remember, guys, always use lighting and shadows to your advantage.
Yep.
Okay, stopping at 154.03.
We're not done?
I'm going to take my computer down.
Oh my God. We're done. What an ineffective way to show us evidence. So annoying.
5-6 hours of just listening to car. People said 750,000.
Yeah. And us trying to speculate what we're getting out of it. Like, what is this? What are they trying to show us here?
Yeah, it's. I hope they pay the officer well for sitting there, a total jerk.
Yeah.
But now, detective, I should get the hair in my forehead removed. Still hasn't figured out his notes.
One other thing, sorry. We're going to have to throw some things up here, and I want to make sure that this is set up, so bear with me, I'm sorry.
Jeepers creepers.
You've had so long to get this trial ready. Like, come on.
Yeah, and we've just been sitting here for an hour. Why isn't he ready?
Sorry, Ken.
I really like preppy lawyer over there. He just, he's so fun. He was rolling his eyes. That's what it looked like, at least.
Yeah, he's sitting there, and we can get up, go to the toilet. Yesterday I looked up mixing machines because my bread mixer is broken, so I could do that. I could do a little housekeeping, and then I could take a nap. I could get something to drink.
Yeah.
This guy have to sit there, and he haven't spoken since before lunch yesterday.
Yep.
I would beat the prosecutor in the hallway.
I would pay to see that.
Salbert has to go do it for me.
Yeah. Could you love this? This is for the broken baker.
I want to ask you about Mr. Miller for a second. Yesterday we had talked about
Come on.
you looking to see if any had standing warrants, because that was something maybe the defendant had mentioned. You remember talking about that yesterday?
I do.
Okay. Did you discover whether or not he had any local arrests here or anything like that?
No, Mr. Miller had no warrants.
Okay. Okay. So no arrest or no warrants that you could find.
No, had he been arrested here, he would have had an ID number assigned to him, and he did not have one.
During this interview, there's a portion of the interview. Do you recall Mr. Randolph looking at you and saying, I don't like you? Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Ooh,
I want to turn your attention to July 2nd, 2008. Do you go over to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember why you had gone over there?
As I recall, it was to be present in what we refer to as a keep the peace type situation where the locks were being changed on the house.
Okay, so they were being changed over. Who was having the locks changed?
And Colleen Byer was.
Okay, so does the defendant arrive at the house at that time?
He did. We were inside the house, and he just walked in and went over to one of Mrs. Byers' children, and then knelt down and started talking to him.
Okay. Does he say something to you at that time?
Well, we talked about the agreement between the attorneys. There was a civil issue at that point in time. We discussed that we were changing the locks and then we were going to be leaving. There was some suggestion of removing property from the house. And I told Mr. Randolph that wasn't going to happen.
The green
There
or the
was
gray
already
one?
communication between attorneys and nobody was taking anything from the house at that point. Mr. Randolph told me that I was an asshole.
Yeah, and he was at the house the day before
Did
changing
you
locks.
respond to that?
You might.
I did. I said, well,
Yeah.
I don't think that I am, but you have the right to your opinion.
did you
and
hear any of that
said,
stuff
well,
though?
Nope.
You are,
He's
and I
saying
said,
this
well,
was
that's
in the
okay.
interview?
I don't take it personally.
I never. I did. I
later
just
told
skipped
him
through
the
it
only
because
reason
you
that
can't hear shit.
that I was standing there in
It was
front of him
yesterday.
because I was the next
Here's
person.
why I don't like how they're doing this. They go play the whole stupid thing, and now he's asking questions about specific things that happen. So now you planting that, because in my mind I'm like, well, I didn't hear that. Did he say that? Well, he's saying he said that, so he must have said that.
Yeah.
Instead of like pointing it out in the interview, like, okay,
Exactly.
let's pause. Did you just hear what he said to you? So that everybody can hear it in real time. It can be true. Right now, I feel I'm so annoyed right now because it's like it's so slimy. Is this just me? Is it just me, or does everybody else feel this way too? Because that's how I feel right now.
And again, this is a really great way to hide what's the context around "I don't like you,"
Exactly.
because
You get to tailor it to how you want them to see it.
yeah, I really hope the defense had pulled if the story around it is different.
Yeah. Okay.
Had
I
pulled
think-
out that clip.
I was human.
Yeah, and again, the day before he was at his house changing the locks, I would get annoyed too because remember the daughter who owned the house stopped talking to Mr. Randolph. He kept calling her, trying to get in contact with her, not yelling, not anything. Just seemed perfectly normal to me. And she stopped talking because a lawyer or something told her to, because of the inheritance. And this is the law stuff I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you have the law, use the law. If you have the facts, use the facts. If you don't, pound the table and just talk for hours.
Oh my god, it's so annoying. Like, you could have pointed this stuff out when it was happening in real time, so we could be like, because now I don't believe him, because I'm like, when did he say that? When did he do that? I didn't hear anything about that.
No, and that's the big problem, because the jury is sitting just like us and thinking, well, I kind of dozed off, and I was looking at this Akasum mixer yesterday, and did he say, I don't know. Yeah, he probably said it. And yes, they need to. A lot more people should use the pause button when they're ranting, because you could miss important parts of the trial, because everyone loves when I pause.
All for you, Bunny.
Stuff in rotation.
But I can do this
Nobody
too,
else
Bunny,
got
and
it.
then we could really enjoy it.
On that
And
day,
then
it's
maybe
July
we don't
2nd.
get
You
it
have not
when people
arrested
talk
Mr.
about
Randolph
this
at
or
this time.
that. And
No.
it's getting really
Does
annoying. I
Mr.
hate it
Randolph ask
when
you
I
a
watch
question
other
about
people
how
do it.
long this investigation is going to take?
He did.
Okay. And what do you say to him at that point?
Well, that we were making sure that we, got everything right in the investigation. Mr. Randolph responded by saying that, well, as far as he was concerned, that we blew any chance of that happening on the first night. And when I asked him to elaborate,
Did you want to add something?
yes, when I asked him to elaborate, he said that his attorneys told him not to talk to the police about it.
Yeah.
Um,
And Mess, it's a great point because we watch way too many trials. And we can see this is just wrong. But
Mhm.
if you have a really good point in the interview, if you really felt this "I don't like you" was said with malice and really could show he's a spiteful old man, I would have stopped. I would have turned up the volume. I would have drawn little flames and steam coming out of his ears and said, "Didn't he? He almost threatened you, didn't he?" And then the defense could object. But when you're doing this,
Yes.
you're trying to plant memories of what was said. But again, the jury, it's their first trial, maybe for most of them. So they're thinking, oh, that's the way you have to do it. You can't stop an interview. But I hope the defense does it and show this point, this point, this point, instead of showing 6 freaking hours.
I want to turn your attention to that second interview. Does the defendant make comments about Sharon's gambling?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Does he talk about the fact that he potentially has to pay back taxes for a former husband of hers?
Yes, he did.
Does the defendant discuss the fact that there is some sort of IRA that Sharon?
Yes.
So
What
Is that-
does that have to do with anything that he has to
kinda
pay
like-
back?
shit. That's like. Sorry, I can't even get words out. I'm so annoyed. Move on with me.
Gentlemen, the jury, I just want you to understand that there was a civil dispute involving Mr. Randolph in this body regarding the house and the advice that Mr. Randolph was given by his lawyer was in regards to that civil dispute, and you are not to consider that in this case in any way. Go ahead, Mr.
So that's a
Thank you.
civil dispute
Did
they
the
can't
defendant
bring in, and they
discuss
just did it.
Sharon's spending when it came to an IRA, a $40,000 IRA that she had?
Yes, he did.
Did the defendant discuss how Sharon treated or used $5,000 he gave to her after giving $5,000 to Liz Labrador?
Yes, he did.
When discussing these topics, what was the defendant's, did he seem happy about her spending habits?
No, he wasn't happy about it at all.
Did he seem happy about having to pay taxes for another husband of hers?
No.
Does
he seemed
that make
quite
him a
irritated with
killer?
Yeah.
Did he appear to be happy about the manner in which she gambled?
that. No.
You say she gambled?
She gambled.
I don't know, Iris. I
Um,
couldn't tell you what this is about.
As this investigation continued, did you take steps to recover or collect gaming records from the Santa Fe hotel?
Yes, we did.
Did you also seek to collect banking records from joint accounts between Sharon and the defendant, as well as the defendant's own personal bank accounts?
Yes.
Did you also collect kind of records tracking potentially any outstanding debts that the defendant may have had?
Yes.
This time.
But is it a motive to kill her then? Yeah, you can get the insurance money, but you still have to pay the debt.
Exactly.
And if you gamble away, we know from her friends that she had a gambling problem. She gambled almost 100K away.
Yeah.
I would be pissed if you gamble 100K away. It's the whole inheritance from her husband. And if she put it in the slot machines, she have a massive gambling problem. But does that make him a killer? No, not in my opinion. I could understand why he wanted to leave her. Yeah. I feel, and again, I'm not familiar with anything in the American court system other than what I watch on YouTube, but I feel like in Denmark, most of the prosecutors we have are not trying to pull a fast one. It's more open, and I think the defense lawyers are really good at pointing out when they do some shenanigans.
Okay.
So I have seen it in a few trials but then it's corrected in a second.
Let's start with
No,
Mr. Miller. So
yeah,
did you,
he had.
did you get records for Miller, Sharon, as well as the defendant himself?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
It's not his
First
money.
start,
They were
Mr.
married.
Randolph.
I mean,
Yeah, but she had a will.
You see where it says total in here?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what is the time range on this set of gaming records?
It's a 1 month range from 4/9 to 5/9 of 08.
Okay, and what's the total amount that Mr. Randolph had spent total in on that last month before Sharon passes away?
$462.50.
And he made 494.
Miller's records. Now, this one doesn't have an overall total, but have you kind of calculated how much it is when you add up all of these coins in?
Yes, it was around $1,900.
Okay. And just to be clear,
Is that her?
that's kind of it deals with, you've got,
That's why I
you're
can
starting
really-
on kind of May 7th, and it goes all the way down to February. So from February to May 7th, it's approximately $1,900.
That's correct.
for what? What?
Sharon Randolph.
And will he now show that Sharon didn't play? Oh, but we have testimony she played.
What is the
Yeah,
date range from here?
20.
The same as with
20
Mr. Randolph from
4,000.
4/9 of 08 to 5/9 of 08, 1 month.
So this is the last month of her life, correct?
Yes.
How much money did she put in slot machines in that month?
$23,468.70.
And she made $600 back.
$23,000.
Opening up the folder of banking records.
You know what I could do with
Did
$23,000?
the Randolphs have a joint account at Wells Fargo?
Yes.
Are they done already?
Opening Randolph joint bank account.
Mo has the link. Hey, Atheist Stand. Mo was on here before she went on with Nicholas, but she was
These records span
substituting for
from
David.
January of 2007 all the way to July 31st of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
For a month. God.
First going to go to
It would cost that much.
page 21. These records. If you could, can you please read to me what's the date here?
That's April 30th of 2008.
I'm not sure these are admitted yet, not that we would have an objection, but
328 was admitted
Yes,
yesterday.
they're all-
That's why I clarified it was 328.
It was. And it's on the same CD with the insurance.
Thank
you. What is their total amount of assets at the end of April?
$1,041.60.
And with this account, for this
Maybe.
specific account, what are their total liabilities?
It shows
$39,000.
$39,897.11.
And that's 8 days before she's passed away, correct?
Correct.
Does there appear to be kind of a home equity line of credit associated with this account?
Yes, this shows an interest rate there, and it's increased from the previous month.
Now going to 228, not 228, I apologize, 227. What's the date of this
May 1st.
this statement?
May 31st of 2008.
So this is obviously the end of the month in which Sharon passes away on the 8th of May, correct?
That's correct.
At the end of this month, what was the total amount of assets?
$2,297 even.
And it started obviously with the ending balance from the prior month of $1,041.60, correct?
Correct.
What were the total liabilities?
$39,867.75. So it's actually decreased in making payments apparently.
But still a negative balance of approximately $37,000. Would that be, of course, subtracting the assets from the liabilities?
Yes.
You did also acquire, though, a bank account through Washington Mutual that related only to Mr. Randolph, correct?
Yes.
These records span from August of 2007 all the way to the end of May of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 17. Well, before we do that, let's go to the beginning. In the
Oh,
beginning in this account, how much money? Let's look at the date here, and I apologize. I just don't have my mouse here, so it's a little harder for me.
he had $86,000 in that account.
So this is on page 3, and can you see the upper right-hand corner? It's stating that this covers essentially the month of August. Would that be correct?
That's correct. From 8/6 to 8/22 of 07.
And it looks like their payment periods probably start a little bit earlier, but this is apparently when the account is open on 8/6 of 07, correct?
Yes.
There was $117,000, approximately $939.17 in deposits made in this account when it first opened. Is that right?
Yes.
What is the ending balance at the end of this month?
$86,919.17.
And that's August of 2007.
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to the month in which Sharon passes away. I'm going to page 17, these records. Can you read me the statement period from when to when?
From April 23rd of 2008 to May 22nd of 2008.
Please tell me what the beginning balance was at the beginning of this statement period.
Is the cursor right there? Is that an 8 or a 3?
I'm so sorry.
That's right. $815.35.
Okay. And there was a withdrawal made on April 28th, right?
Yes.
How much was that?
$800.
And that's prior to Sharon's death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the ending balance in this account?
$15. I can do
$15.35.
the math.
Right.
Opening the Equifax records. These Equifax records tracked kind of outstanding debts that he had financially, correct?
Yes.
With respect to an American Express account, you see the balance, it says date reported is June of 2008, is that right?
Yes.
What is the balance amount?
$104.
With respect to this Bank of America account, the reported date is 2008. What is the balance amount?
$152.
Going to page 6 of the records. Moving on to page 7 of the records. With respect to Chase Bank, the top of the page 7, the date of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$7,628.
With respect to the second Chase Bank account, June of 2000.
Just clarify whether we're dealing with bank accounts or credit cards.
Okay, well, Chase Bank, well, let's do it this way. Chase Bank USA, account number 426-684-106085. What is the balance amount?
$7,628.
There's a second account under Chase Bank of 5222-763-00999. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$20,491.
With respect to Citibank, bank account 542418086438, as of July 2008, what is the balance amount?
$16.
Moving on to page 8, with respect to Citibank, account number 542418088207, as of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$5,781.
With respect to a Sears account of 504994802-353, as of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$706.
Moving on to page 10,
How?
moving on to page 11. Wells Fargo account 6506-50097-9047, as of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$39,254.
And essentially that matches up with that home line of credit from those Wells Fargo's, right?
Exactly.
So when you added that amount up, did it come out to approximately $84,808?
Yes.
I'd like to have, almost undetected, but I'd like to have at least these three marked.
All this supposed to prove that he unalived her to pay all his debt off.
But
His 84,000 pathetic debt that I've ever heard.
yeah, the 40,000 in the house, is that not usually you can take a lien against your house? Isn't that normal?
People do it every day. Yeah.
We're requesting admission, states 333, 334, 335. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, are those being admitted?
I believe so, without objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are those being admitted?
Welcome back.
States 333, who's that?
Fine, Red.
Tom Randolph,
Hey, greedy.
334, who's that?
Michael Miller,
Showing you 335, who's that?
Sharon Randolph.
You all would, can I have those back?
Yes.
Just publishing 333,
I hate this guy.
334, 335.
Now we're going into the community college acting class things where we have to put things into to show people
So
this was the victim.
just to be clear,
Just when he forgot
you mentioned
yesterday to take the
we're
dead
calculating
person off when
approximately
he had to show
$84,000
something else.
in money owed. Approximately how much life insurance would he have been a beneficiary of in light of Sharon's death?
Approximately $332,000.
And underneath the very first will from June of 06, did he also stand to inherit the house, 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes.
Did the will also enable him to inherit any potential bank accounts that were out?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a brief recess before we start cross-examination of this witness. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not rewatch this
I
video,
forgot
reading
about-
counsel commentary about this. You must not do any research such as consult the dictionary, using the internet, or using records. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own.
Boom, boom, boom. 9 minutes left of a 15-minute break.
Okay, well,
Well, this
break
was what?
down what they're trying to prove here.
I don't get what they're doing. Yeah, he could clear some debt. I don't know about Pitmaster X. Should I know about that?
I don't know what that is.
No, I'm afraid to Google stuff people put in the chat
I
because
know.
we have some weirdos hanging around sometimes. Feral. Sorry,
Yep.
I had a frog in my throat. No, but this was the ending. This was the big hoo-ha. He could clear his debt. He didn't have that much debt.
Really wasn't that bad. I'm pretty sure I know people have worse.
Well, the Netherlands is like I have to drive for, I don't know, I could probably drive to the Netherlands in 6-7 hours. So
That makes sense now. Barbecue.
barbecue. Oh,
Which
we don't
sucks.
really do barbecue. We do the in the summertime. It's we do a lot of what would you call it? Normal coal roasting, but barbecue isn't really that big of a thing like it is in the US. Pulled pork got really popular like 10 years ago, and everyone was doing pulled pork. But the thing where when I watched the American the big barbecue cookouts and stuff like that, we really don't do it as much in Denmark. We have some competitions about who can grill the best, but it's not a thing. We are more of a sausage people, ladies. When we go to watch a game or something like that, it's always hot dogs and stuff like that we eat. Barbecue isn't really that big, and ribs and stuff like that's more. Yeah, you get the all you can eat ribs, and that's it. Jonathan, you missed absolutely freaking frocking. I didn't say, I said frocking. Nothing. An hour and 20 minutes of listening to a tape where the audio was kind of like this. $200. I did it. No, I don't know. And that's after 4 hours yesterday with Sharon. No, I don't. This guy, I think, has been on the stand for 5.5 hours, where the only thing he's been talking about is there wasn't a lot of people on the crime scene when he went through days later in the day. He didn't know who had been there in the beginning. He didn't think the evidence was in the right place because, yeah. And he tried to guess why the suspect tried to, not the suspect, the unalive person tried to run out one door, not the other door. That's what he's been talking about. And then that he could get, was it 400 or 300,000 in a life insurance, and he had 80,000 in debt. But there was one account that said 126,000 plus or something. So again, if it's a if the interest is low, you borrow in your house, because that's high equity. You and then you have a low interest, and you can invest it in something else, and then you can pay it back. Everyone does it. It's having a it's again, in a trial, everything is suspicious.
Yeah.
Yep, but again, he could just have left with Liz, because I believe there was enough money in one of the accounts. Yeah, so. Well, I do like Dr. Pepper, so.
Baker loves him some Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, Jonathan, it's a chest up for me. It's not waist up for me. So you don't know what I am hiding. And no, that would be waist down if you want to see what I'm hiding. Always the hate. Yeah, but Charlie Brown's teacher. It has been Charlie Brown's teacher with maybe 1 to 2 in every 20 words you could understand. I don't know why we have been watching this for 5 hours.
And then they wait until they're done playing the long, stupid video and then say, remember when he said you're an a-hole and you didn't like me? And I was like, I didn't hear that. What are they talking about?
What if it hangs below your knee? What do you then call people? Again, how was a detective supposed to know, especially the one who was there, who wasn't in the house until later? And if you just unalive, because there was a gun that they didn't think was in the right position, whatever that means. If you had just unalive someone and got really scared because you were doing a break-in and believed, because the original plan was a dinner and then a movie, but because this man is such a hunger love, the wife wanted to smack him. That's why they went home after dinner, and then they found him in the house.
Yeah, and like people were saying it was weird, like, oh, isn't that convenient that you just went home? Well, if he was planning on going to the movies and doing all those stuff, he could have still planned that too. Like it doesn't not make sense that they just decided to come home early, because he could have planned it all out anyway if he was planning it out.
And why go with the Smeg story? I would just said, well, my back hurt so much I had to go home to lie down.
Mhm.
That would make more sense.
Is
Oh,
it
you missed it, Mo. It was so great. It was such an amazing. It was the bestest Everest.
awesome?
You hear all the sarcasm coming, like dripping off of Baker.
No, I'm being a total adult. I am completely using this stream as an excuse not to call the new school to see if they've gotten in because I'm just avoiding it like a giant 2-year-old. So, I'm guessing we didn't win the Super Bowl. Is that what we're saying?
They finished with him after an hour of 20 minutes of.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she did. And
Ah.
then they had the big question afterwards. After we watched the 5 hours of was, do you remember at some point he called you an asshole? Yes. Why do you think that was? I was at his house the day before changing the lock, and he said he didn't like me.
I didn't hear any of that. So that's my problem. I don't know if you heard me rant earlier. I'm sure you weren't, but like, instead of stopping the video on points that they want to make to the jury and to all of us, well, not all of us, but you know what I mean. They they play the whole thing and then they start picking out points they want to make. And I didn't hear any of that. So now it's annoying me because it's like they're planting these things that they want the jury to know. But it's like, why didn't you just stop during the video and make that make sense?
Yeah, I don't like when you don't stop at that point where you want me to. I'm very like if you will watch me take notes or if you listen to me take notes or the way I do the board and stuff, I'm very kind of chronological the way I do the board as I go through each different character because that's how things have to make sense to me. Or that's how everything comes together as a story for me, and that's how I kind of try to take you guys through it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just
Muddles
it's like
together.
yeah, it's so
Yeah, like think about it that way. How many times have you watched something? I've watched you watch stuff and you'll stop and be like, wait, what did they say? Like, oh, I
yeah.
want to hear that again. Make that a point. That's what I was getting annoyed about because it's like they just play this whole thing that Baker reenacted so well where you don't hear anything. And then now you're like, he said he didn't like you and he said you were an a-hole. And did you see the way he reacted here? And did you hear that? And it's like, no, I did not. Why didn't you bring that up when you were doing it?
But I think you had such a great analysis of that earlier. It's because they don't have it.
Yeah.
So they just flood you with information, and then they pick what would you say? They just pick a little random that he might have said and taken out of context, kind of like what Sal alleges happened with this little dude.
Yeah, I don't like women.
He claims it's taken out of context too, but can I infer from that in a trial after watching 5 hours that Sal doesn't like women? Or could it have been in some context that changed the picture?
Yes.
And after 5 hours, I will be like this.
Well, that's the thing.
And I'd be like, why is he calling him an a-hole? I didn't hear that. Like, oh, that must be really important. What is this guy acting like this for? You know what I mean? Like, that's the stuff that would normal. Well, like, I'm not a normal juror.
It seems like we've noticed a pattern if the prosecutor does not have actual factual evidence, we go into the minutia of read every line on this paper. So me as a juror, if I would be copying all of this densely, thinking everything was important. So by the time I got to the jury room, I am just overwhelmed by all this completely irrelevant information. I mean, if this was my first jury or my first trial. I'd never been in a trial before, never experienced anything before. And I came before a prosecutor, and the prosecutor knows I've never been before a jury. And they just throw addendum after addendum, line after line after line to make it look like they have something and all that. I would be stumped. I
Yeah.
would be like, yeah, they must, I mean, somewhere in something of all that, they must know something.
Yeah, that's what they do. They oversaturate with just a bunch, just facts and videos and pictures, and then you're sitting here. I mean, we understand it because we're looking at it like, well, how is that relevant? But normal juries don't really. I mean, most people they're gonna be like, oh, well, this must be really important because they're bringing it up over and over and over again.
Yeah, if you've never experienced anything like this is information overload. You don't know what's important. You don't know what, like chaff, basically, what the prosecutor was talking about in the Austin Ford case. I mean, you don't know what they're trying to basically throw in as glitter just to kind of fill in their case. We
So,
know because we know what they're looking for, what they're trying to beef up. But me off the street, I would have 3 notebooks through this case. And then I would have looked back and I'm like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. It must be somewhere in here.
exactly.
And that's when I started, I wrote down everything because I thought it's really important. I know everything. And then I started doing, okay, you can do the cliff notes, but I always keep when I do, and sometimes there's maybe 17 counts against someone. It can be you stole this and you sold that and stuff like that. And I always mark, also with every witness, I write 1 if it's for count 1, 5 is for count 5, because when I have to go through it, and again, a case could take 5 days, but spread over 6 months. So I know, oh, his story about count 1 was he wasn't at the place. The officer said, well, we have him on camera, and the bar owner saw him leaving the bar with the guy who was found knocked down. Then I can put it together. But in some cases in the US, you can't even have your notebook, and I really don't get that, because with all this information, I would be writing seems this and really hard to hear, and I would be really observant about what is the thing they want, or anything else that he didn't like you. No.
I really think, I mean, the more I listen to what you kind of bring, I'm becoming more open to a lay jury system, kind of like what you have.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is that you're also going to have law and crime people on these lay juries. So you're going to get a mix, unfortunately. You're going to have cool, awesome people like us on these juries, but you're also going to get law and crime people on these juries.
And that's why I hate when people say, how do I get out of jury duty? No, you're the smart people. Have you seen the chat over on law and crime? I can pull it down here and say, someone is talking about chocolates in London. Why do you buy chocolate in Britain? That's a shitty place to buy chocolate.
Well, because the wizards are there. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, obviously they didn't understand anything, because they're talking about chocolates and Haribo Star Mix. That's a pretty good one. I'll do that.
Yeah, and it's just like, because we've been watching
Peanut butter on toasted sourdough. That sounds good.
and we don't. There's some
You
things
still ruined sourdough for a couple of weeks for me, sir.
Yeah.
All the touchy fingers, Walmart carts, just. And I have boys, and I don't know why that bothers me so much, because most things don't, but I don't know. Just.
Well, yeah.
I'll come back to me. The sourdough.
So
again,
are we on lunch, or is this a break?
This should be a 15-minute break that should have ended 4 minutes ago. Yeah, and TV, the big problem is if they didn't snap back fast enough to get that he didn't like him, then they wasted 5 hours of talking to the jury. But
but also, that's the point of the whole thing. That's what you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, that he didn't like you.
Pissed me off because you played a whole day, pretty much the whole day, last half of the day, this morning, and then you just wanted to be like, did you hear that he said he didn't like you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
Lord.
like him, and
I
I'm
don't like him. Yeah.
so
I don't even know him.
yeah,
His
and what it
wives didn't even like him. Let's be real.
in the murder trial, I would have I would have gone I hadn't gone on a hunger strike because I like my food, but I would have gone on a strike if I couldn't take notes, because I would make I have if people are new here, I have this tendency to draw stuff, and I do that in court too. If we are talking about a dispute about someone where they were in a connection to someone else, I like to make small drawings of how they explain it. Thorbird. Um,
Cheddar, seriously? Can
Oh, that's Cheddar.
yes.
I love it.
but I would be making notes about how they told the wife was here, the son was here, the shooter should have been here, and been drawing all the. I would need those notes to put it into my own brain. So yeah.
Yeah. Because it doesn't make it doesn't make sense the way he said it, but it also doesn't make sense the way the cops said it, because now they've got SWAT, no SWAT, canine, no canines, all the stuff.
I would want to write down like the timeline of everything. That would be my main focus. I would be like, I need to tell me what time these things happen so we can look at it and be like, okay, this makes sense, you know,
Yeah,
or it doesn't
but
make sense. I don't know.
Iris, we're just filling time because they went to a 15-minute break that was over 5 to 10 minutes ago. Mr. Cadbury. Yeah, the Cadbury. Yeah, that's a British, but I'm so sad I don't have a car when I go to Switzerland. I would go. There's just north of the. I don't know if you know about Switzerland. It's in some. It's geographically put into what kind of like counties. It's called canton. It's kind of like your counties in the U.S. And in the county just north of where my sister lived, Nestle has their finer brands of chocolate has a small museum or stuff like that. You can go and visit.
All rise for the jury.
I should go there and take some pictures for all you girls. You will probably like that.
Yeah,
Woohoo.
you better.
No, I can't because I don't have a car to go up there. It's kind of fun. It's
Oh.
you go through the most hilly thing, and you're driving past small farms, and there's a town, maybe 50 houses, and then you go down a road, and there's the factory out in the middle of nowhere. But it's great chocolate. My kids loved it when we went to see it.
All right, we have
I love chocolate.
2509666, David Becker versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is first, which is attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both are safely to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right, Mr.
We're on
Omar.
cross
What about
now.
the size of the whiteboard? It's about the
Okay.
size of a pen.
Good morning, Counselor.
You see this? They're on cross now. After
Oh,
we
Lord.
watched that whole video, and they didn't ask what, 2 questions?
They
from that whole
ask,
video?
did you notice at some point he pointed at you and said, "I don't like you"? Yes. Why do you think that is? The day before I was at his house changing the locks. That's everything they asked about 5 hours of interrogation, which you couldn't understand 2 shits of what was said. And then they went into the banknotes. That took about 10 minutes. And now it's cross.
I'm so annoyed. Go F yourself, state. God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's not the kind of stick figure I can draw. I can't really draw.
Let's draw a great stick figure.
It's, yeah.
Has anybody seen the legs on the guy that get hit by the car with the glass in his hand?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
gone.
like, his knees
You-
go every which way. It's really great.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
Oh, Fed has a new video up. Everyone, when you
Woohoo.
need a little calm down after these 5 hours, go watch some beautiful mountains. I'll take some mountain photos when I go on vacation. Won't be 10% of the skills you have, and I don't know how to edit, but I will take some pictures of mountains.
Woohoo!
So yeah, I don't know what Godiva chocolates are.
Godiva.
Yeah,
They're
Linde,
fairly
you can
pricey.
Yeah, it's like the pricier ones around here. It's supposed to be nice.
Yeah, they
But
were
it's
at the bougie mall we used to have up in Indianapolis before.
Gucci Mall. So you call
Well,
it?
well, I called it. It was the Circle Center Mall, but it's like right in the middle of downtown.
Yeah.
But it became a little dangerous-y,
So did
and I
ours.
don't like peopling. So I mean,
yeah, but I like the Lindt chocolate. They have a lot of great stuff. That's a little bougie too, but it's pricey, but everything is pricey in Switzerland. So
well, that's because they have all the banks and stuff. You have to be bougie
yeah,
if you live in Switzerland.
but again, they have a 17% tax. So
Good night.
yeah, and you have edited it already. I don't know why. And so that's just a stupid dad joke. It's and don't say it to the Americans because they won't get it.
I don't get it.
Switzerland's flag's a plus or a cross,
It's a red
but
background with a white cross.
so is Sweden's, isn't it?
No, that's blue, yellow, and the beautiful red and white flag. The oldest national flag in the world is the Danish flag. It fell from the skies, and we won a battle. And since 12, Mass, help me out.
Like Dear Leader and the
1272, I
Dragon?
believe. No, but we were spreading our cultures in, I believe it's Latvia or Lithuania, and I know it's a total surprise. The Danes was about to lose another war, and then our flag fell from the sky, and since then we have only lost about 50% of our wars. But it's the oldest national flag in the world.
Boy.
So yeah,
Awesome.
Mass, I can tell you, my sister was looking at buying a house. It would be so far out of town that they couldn't get delivered pizza with the amount of money she makes, and she's not. She's doing okay. Let's just say it like that. But it's really, really expensive in Switzerland to buy houses and stuff like that. But cars are cheap. It's the first time I've seen a Ferrari, a Maserati, and a Bugatti within 2 minutes, and that's just in a small town. So I'll try to make some vlogs or what the girls call it. Let's get back to court.
Oh my gosh.
Detective
with a
O'Kelly,
selfie
it
stick.
seems that what
It's
you
gonna be
told
awesome.
the jury yesterday is that there was a briefing that occurred in the late hours,
Sorry,
early morning
Ben
hours
Franklin is the
of May
greatest
9th,
president of the
2008
U.S.
that you became aware of.
Yes,
That was a briefing, right?
it was on May 8th.
Okay.
Yes.
And you told the jury that based upon the briefing and you heard during this briefing what Mr. Randolph thinks he had said had occurred inside the house, right?
Yes.
And you became suspicious of some of those things, didn't you?
Not at that moment, not during the briefing.
You became suspicious as a result of talking to Detective Mogg about things that he talked to Mr. Randolph about, again, in the early morning hours of May 9th.
Yes, that was early morning when Detective Mogg came back to the house.
Okay, so let's look for a second, if we could, at State's Exhibit 287. Okay, do you see that? That's a picture of Sharon and Thomas Randolph. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
That looks like a picture of Sharon and Lisa.
Then I want to show you a
Seriously,
picture
that is
of
not.
334. Who is that?
That's Michael Miller.
Okay, so now one thing we definitely know that occurred on May 8th, 2008, is that man, Michael Miller, murdered Sharon Randolph. Is that right?
I agree with that.
Michael Miller took out a .38 caliber gun and put it on the back of Sharon's head and shot and murdered, didn't he?
I don't know that we have evidence of a contact wound, but he shot her in the head with a .38, yes.
If I was to tell you that the medical examiner told the jury that it was a contact wound, Would you have any reason to dispute it?
I don't have any reason.
And you would agree with me that Michael Miller killed Sharon Randolph, who was married to Thomas Randolph, right?
Yes,
That was Sharon's husband, right?
oh, okay.
Okay.
That was a weird appearance. Yes, that's Thomas Randolph.
And that's Sharon Randolph.
Yes, it is.
Sharon Randolph. Strike that. Thomas Randolph told you that on that night he had been to the charcoal room, correct?
Correct.
And police obtained video of Thomas Randolph and Sharon Randolph at the charcoal.
Yes, we did.
We saw video of that yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And we actually see them leaving together, don't we?
Yes.
And do they appear to be hand in hand?
Yeah, they appear to hold hands the entire time.
And so what Thomas Randolph told Detective Mogg turned out to be true about being at the charcoal room, right?
Yes.
When he talked to police officers at the scene, Thomas Randolph, he didn't have an attorney, did he?
No.
When Thomas Randolph talked to Detective Mogg later that evening, early morning hours of the night, he didn't have an attorney, did he?
No, he did.
He told Detective Mogg that he had gone to Funny's gas station, didn't he?
Yes.
And police obtained video of Funny's, didn't they?
Yes, we did.
And it showed exactly what Thomas Randolph said. He had gone there, they made a purchase, and then they had gotten gas.
That's correct.
With regard to the Funny's video, it was introduced, but there's two of them, one by the defense and one by the state. Did you have anything to do with when the video was cut off showing the car leaving, the Randolph car leaving? Do you have anything to do with that?
I've been in
I
Luxembourg back in
didn't
the
see that it was
90s.
cut off.
Okay.
I must have missed I didn't see both that you're talking about, so I only saw one.
Did you see the vehicle leave and then head towards
I
a
do have a selfie
stoplight?
stick. It's
And
my
then they the
webcam folder.
stoplight.
Little
the
selfie stick.
Vehicle stayed there at the stoplight.
It's for my big
Awesome.
cam.
I don't think that we played it that long, no.
Okay.
I am excited.
But that would definitely go to the timeline, wouldn't it?
It would show that they stopped at the stoplight and then drove after it turned green.
You were asked questions about a timeline in this
Sure,
case,
Jen.
because what you were trying to show is that, and I think you said that the Randolphs got home conservatively at 8:30 p.m.
That's approximately 8:30 p.m., yes. Based on leaving the Funnies and the time that it would take to get home, yes.
Okay, but you're aware that there's a Michael Bartlett who was a neighbor, correct?
Yes.
And Michael Bartlett told authorities that he was on the phone
It's not
talking
the
to
size
his
of the
friend when
Potter.
some of these events occurred. Remember that? He was on the phone, he heard gunshots.
Yes.
Okay. He also has told this jury that when he was on the phone, he saw the Randolph car show up. Did you know that?
I wasn't present when he testified in front of this jury.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
What time did the phone call start?
20:33, 36, so 8:33 and 36 seconds p.m.
And it lasted for 270 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So we know that if Mr. Bartlett was on the phone at 8:33:36 and he sees the Randolph car show up, they couldn't have showed up at 8:30 because it has to be after 8:33:36. Do you agree with that logic?
I don't know that I would call it logic. I would say that it took over 7 minutes for them to get home.
That's not my question. Mr. Bartlett
Ask
said
the questions,
he was on
not
the phone.
try to.
and he saw the Randolphs coming home. He saw them, the garage door open, he saw them enter, he saw the garage door close. Okay?
Okay.
That means that the Randolphs came home after 8:33:36. Do you see that?
According to Mr. Bartlett's statement, as you describe it, then I would agree.
Okay. Because obviously you didn't know that fact, right? It just became apparent to you right now that Mr. Bartlett saw them come home while he was on the phone. Is that fair?
Again, I wasn't here for the testimony, but I'm
Okay.
aware of his statement that night.
So
Well,
it's fair to say you never tried to duplicate.
Trying to fight it. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's so weird because just let it slide and say, well, yeah, they drove slower than we expected them to do. It doesn't
Yeah.
change the timeline by more than 2 minutes.
But also, like, I didn't see his. Jesus Christ.
Someone came to deliver something to Jamie's house.
Yeah, but she didn't see Jesus Christ. That's
Possibly,
Jamie's
though.
statement. She didn't see Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Maybe someone sent missionaries to her house. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the neighbors
Today's
get Amazon delivery, so they're nuts.
I skipped through Sal's afternoon streams just to get caught up and see, and because all yesterday was
my
2 o'clock.
goodness.
I didn't watch much of it, I have to say.
It was really terrible.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't, like I said, I wanted them to stop and explain to me what I'm supposed to be listening to. I know, Sorbert. Like, seriously, they just. But no, he keeps saying, like, the guy, based on his well, I didn't see his testimony, but I know his statement. Well, do you have to be so? Just come on.
Yeah, just say, well, then it would have taken 7 minutes instead of 4 minutes, which was our calculated time, but that doesn't change the timeline by more than 3 to 4 minutes. So what? Yeah.
No, Sal, the court was terrible, not you.
Albert,
Never you, Sal.
we know how you see our cute Jamie.
Yeah, I don't like women.
That's
Poor
the weird
Sal.
part that you spend all afternoon talking about.
Sal, just be happy it's not you or one of your cats farting.
And if they
That's-
did, it would be amazing.
Yeah. Did I watch anything after 2 hours? Yeah, I skipped through it. But I think you people got a bit rowdy yesterday.
Yeah, it got a bit rowdy.
What are you
How
going to do
long
when you
it
have to listen
takes
to wah, wah, wah,
for
wah,
the
wah?
Randolph
Yeah.
garage door to open,
I was
Miss
considering
Randolph
getting
to
a
go
beer
in, Mrs. Randolph to
after
go
this
in,
one.
the vehicle to come in, and the garage door to close, plus 25 to 30 seconds. You never did that, did you?
Plus the 25 to 30 seconds.
He said he didn't hear, he heard shots after the garage door closed, plus 25 to 30 seconds. Okay?
Okay.
Did you ever do any kind of experiment like that?
And we did the walkthrough video the week following with Mr. Randolph.
Okay, with regard to what Mr. Bartlett had said, are you saying you just didn't know this? Are you saying you just didn't know this information regarding the timeline?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Mr. Bartlett's version has testified in front of this jury.
Yes.
I wasn't present during his testimony.
Okay.
Like, seriously, dude.
Mr. Randolph told you that he had difficulty hearing. He said that over and over in different interviews, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
But he tells you that when he enters the home that evening.
I don't know what's.
Remember that?
Yes,
This
after he
case
entered
is-
the door.
He saw Sharon Randolph lying, he said, in the center of
Is
the
it the
hallway
mouth
down by the
hug
master
thing?
bedroom.
I
Isn't
didn't
what
see
he
that
said?
one.
Yes.
But
And in fact,
Mel
you
has a
found
fascination
Sharon-
with male peens
Approximately.
and
in
probably
that
female
area.
peens too.
I'd say approximately, yes.
They can be
It wasn't
any
in the front
gender.
room or in the garage or anything like that. It was pretty accurate.
It's
as far as
just
he was.
peens.
Yes, within a couple of feet, yes.
He tells you he sees this red bag that was, he at first was unsure what it was, but it was actually the take-home food from the charcoal. Do you remember that?
I do. And he said that he thought it was blood at the time.
Then at some point, he says he sees something out of his eye. He sees something, but he doesn't quite know what it is. Do you remember that?
Right. Either something jumping across in from one room to the other or someone poking their head out and ducking back in.
He then says he goes into, and I'm showing State's Exhibit 214. I want to concentrate on the hallway. He says he sees somebody down
I didn't see that
towards,
part.
or sees something towards the east bedroom, just for lack of a better purpose. He may not say east bedroom, but down towards where Mrs. Randolph is, right?
Exactly. We're calling it the drum room. That's where the drum set's at.
Okay. He then says he pops into the northeast bedroom to what's depicted in that sort of box. That's, I guess, a way to describe the closet, right?
I agree.
Where the 9mm semi-automatic is kept.
In a hanging shoe rack, yes.
He says he grabs it, doesn't he?
Yes, and an extra magazine.
An extra clip, yes. He says clip, but the proper term is magazine. That's right.
That's correct.
Okay, so he puts this magazine, takes the magazine, he takes the gun. He says as he comes out of that room, he bumps into Mr. Miller. Pretty much bumps into him.
Yes.
Now, if you were standing where Sharon is, do you see that? You're standing, looking down that hallway, okay, in that proximate area. And somebody had popped into the northeast bedroom to get something from the closet. You wouldn't see him, would you? There.
Not while they were in there, no.
So Mr. Miller is then, at some point, we presume proceeding down the hallway, bumps into Mr. Randolph, according to Mr. Randolph, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph tells you, and he repeatedly says, that he sort of pushes him back because it's sort of startling, it's a frightening situation, right?
Correct.
Then he tells you that he shoots him as many times as he can, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Now, I want to talk to you about perforating injuries. Mr. Miller, this murderer, had 5 injuries, bullet shots to him, didn't he?
Well, if you're talking entry and exit on
No,
4
I'm not talking entry
and an entry.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying he suffered 5 gunshots.
Yes, 5 gunshots.
One of those gunshots was penetrating, but not perforating,
Correct. The one to his left side.
to his chest, to his chest area.
No, to his left side.
Okay, I'll come back to that. One of the injuries that comes in the front of Mr. Miller is non-perforating, correct?
No, that one exited up here next to his right collarbone.
Okay, I'm going to show you if I showed you a copy of the autopsy report, would that refresh your memory as to exactly what gunshot wound to the left lateral aspect of chest would be?
Okay.
Permission to approach him.
I just moved that water.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you see I'm showing you what appears to be autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, does that, if you look at that, does gunshot 4 appear to be aspect of the chest?
To the left lateral side of the chest.
So that's the back side
Yeah.
of it.
Yes, I do.
Okay, it's not perforating. It's penetrating, right?
Well, lateral is side, but
Yep, but the lat is the
Intact,
big.
small to medium
well,
Most
caliber.
no,
projected
but
projectile.
lateral is the
Yes,
is
on that particular
directional.
wound, yes.
So
So on that
left
wound,
and then lateral
chest,
aspect.
the bullet was found inside his body, correct?
Yes, the one to the left side of his chest.
So we know that Mr. Miller took a front shot that went in and did not come out. That one.
Stern.
Right?
I'm
The
sometimes
one
on
to the
your
left
side.
of his
Don't
chest,
make me
yes.
change that.
Remember yesterday you told the jury that you would expect to see a bullet strike. If a bullet is through and through, I'll just use that term. When I say through and through, what does it mean to you?
It's a perforating gunshot wound, through and through. Yeah.
But if a man is shot in that hallway and the bullet stays in the body, there'll be no bullet strike other than to his body, right?
That would be correct.
And if Mr. Randolph had shot Mr. Miller that time, which he didn't go through the body, we do find a cartridge in the hallway, don't we?
Yes, by the door to the garage.
That's listed right here. It's number 3, right by Mr. Miller's feet.
That's correct.
Inside, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about how far it is from that doorway in the northeast bedroom to the heels of Mr. Miller.
Well, chat do whatever chat wants.
We have a
I
graph.
can't
You see
control
that
you.
graph at the top? And I'm gonna
I
really
never-
zoom into it if I can.
Stray from the trial. I'm always really
You see that
strict.
there's a 5-foot graph, right?
Yes, I do.
And so that's what that means is that is approximately 5 feet within that diagram, right?
Yes.
So now if we go back up to the hallway in the bedroom, you see from where my finger is the doorway to the northeast bedroom. And again, I want to concentrate on where Mr. Miller's heels are. Would you see with that graph that that's about 5 feet?
From the northern edge of the door
Yes, sir.
frame, yes.
So it's fair to say that from where Mr. Randolph comes out, says he encounters Mr. Miller, until Mr. Miller is laying dead, is approximately 5 feet. Fair?
Now, Mr. Randolph is in the center of the door, so you'd add, probably
But
another foot and a half.
You don't know where he was, right? You weren't there. You don't have a video. Fair?
No, he told me where he was.
He said he came out of the room, right?
He's standing in the threshold of that room when he fired the first shot, according to him.
When most people shoot, they extend their hands. Right?
That's correct.
I mean, proper shooting, is to extend it all the way.
It
right?
depends on the shooting
Okay?
incident, yes.
But most people don't shoot like this.
No.
They bring their hand up.
Correct.
You and I are reasonably small men. Yeah.
I am average height, officially 5'9".
Oh shit! You done pissed him the hell off.
I'm
His little-
5'9", average
His
height.
little his Keebler elf ears are just pissed the hell off now.
Look at this guy when he said that.
He's like midgets. I mean, sorry,
Manlets.
little people.
I'm about average height.
Bailiff tall guy.
Officially, I'm 6 feet in my passport. I have never been 6 feet in my life, but if you ladies ask, I'm 6 feet.
Officially, according to my driver's license, the government and I both know I'm lying. But it also says my hair is brown. And again, look. The lawyer's face, like, yeah, okay, sure, Jan.
Yeah.
I do that thing too where I'm trying not to laugh or say something really mean. So I just bite my lips, like maybe if I hold my mouth hole closed, I won't say the bad thing I'm thinking.
Oh my
Oh.
God. He should.
Oh, him so big mad. Someone please capture this and make this a meme.
Even she's laughing in the background. I like
Even
that I can
Raggedy
fall.
Andy or Raggedy Ann is back there. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Jamie, you missed it. Aw.
Oh yeah, work call.
We're clipping it. Oh, Napoleon was like, I was tall too. History has I was normal size too for that age.
Ja.
4'11 was totally normal. Then.
Søren, du er højere end mig, så jeg har aldrig været 1,83. Jamen,
I'm sorry.
men stadigvæk, du er højere end mig. But thank you. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you have to walk through the desert for 40 years before you reach heaven. And this was the best part of this trial today.
A little smaller then. When I put my hand out, would you agree that's at least 12 inches?
Yes.
No, ladies,
There
that was
was
40
no
inches.
soot or stippling on the body of Michael Miller, correct?
That's
No.
what she said.
Which tells us that the gunshots are coming from the barrel of the gun approximately 2 feet or more away.
I'd agree with that.
So we're dealing with this 5-foot area. And if Mr. Randolph comes up, now presuming that Mr. Miller's heading towards the garage door, his arm is extended, you'd agree with me that's at least a foot, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that Mr. Miller must be at least 2 more feet away not to receive stiffing.
20 inches.
No.
Is that
In this
above
case,
average for a
Mr.
woman?
Miller was wearing a thick hooded sweatshirt and another shirt underneath. That
So
was
was-
to see
Was
stippling.
his clothing tested for stippling? Yes or no?
The clothing?
Yes.
Stippling doesn't occur on cloth.
Burning doesn't occur? They can't see burning on
No.
cloth?
The fragments from the rounds, you could have an indication that they had hit the fabric, but stippling is like a small contusion that occurs on the skin because of those fragments hitting it.
So the very
No,
fact
no, they
that there is
can
none
check
of
for
this on
stippling
Mr.
and the
Miller
burning.
shows that he is some distance.
Yeah.
from the
Sir, did you
Correct.
police in your
Not
life?
contact.
On his skin or on the clothing?
He was
Either
in the
one.
LA riots.
Well, again, I would
remember?
expect to see it on his skin because he had a thick sweatshirt on and a shirt underneath that, so you wouldn't see it on
How about
his
on his
skin.
clothing?
On his clothing, there'd
Nope.
be gunshot residue.
can-
and so
And there wasn't here.
Most certainly say my sister won't be on camera. None of my family will be on camera because that's not something I don't put. They live different lives. I'm stupid enough to be on camera and let them have their fun without this. And whatever Søren says, it's wrong because he drank a lot as a kid and ate a lot of paint with lead in it.
oh, we didn't have it tested for gunshot residue.
So you didn't have tested for that.
I did not know.
Dang.
So even with a foot, we're talking about 5 feet. If he takes up an injury that penetrates his body, right? And then he turns around.
Because the detective has been testifying about the distance when the shots was fired. So that's why you are asking the detective if they ever tested and tried the different scenarios. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, but I don't think she want to. But I can talk to him. And Søren was in, I don't know what you call it in your classes, but in Denmark you normally stay in the same class from from the first to the 10th grade, and then you have the A and the B and the C's, and I believe Søren was you in the same class as my sister or the year below? So yeah, he was in the same year as my sister, so that's why I know him. Told her to stay away from that guy. He was no good, and I was right.
He starts going out that door. Again, for big guys, some of these big guys, that's about 5 feet. Easy? What I just did? 2 big steps?
Easily, yes.
Those aren't big steps. And Mr. Tomchek come out here, they get a lot bigger, right? But that's 5 feet, right?
Big step is about a yard. Yes.
So in this area, this 5-foot area, Mr. Randolph told you he came out or he comes in contact
Sure,
with Mr. Miller.
sure. You
He
like
shoots him as many times as he
showing
can,
it
and he
to-
shoots him into the garage, doesn't he?
Yes.
He tells you, excuse me, in his very first statement to Detective Bogg, he is asked, did he shoot Mr. Miller in the garage? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And he said, he's actually asked, did you fire shots with an S, shots in that garage? And he says yes.
Yes.
Okay? Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what we know is that Mr. Randolph shot Mr. Miller in this 5-foot space in the hallway, right? He
Yes.
said. And that he also shot him shots in that garage, right?
Yes. The headshots.
Okay. Well, he says shots. And then he, at some point, talks about later on how he comes and shoots him in the head. Correct?
He said he shot him as many times as he could until he went down to the floor of the garage.
Okay. And then at some point, he shoots him a couple of times in the head.
Right. He had come back into the house to see how things were, and then he said he heard the fire extinguisher fall, and so he
Did he
shot him.
really say that, Detective? Did he really say he heard the fire extinguisher, or did he say he heard a loud noise and assumed, because he saw the fire extinguisher, that that's what it was?
That's accurate.
The
And in
defense
fact,
is
there was a
doing
fire
really good.
extinguisher on the ground.
There was.
Yeah, I mean, they're not letting
Would you agree
the
with me,
detectives steer the
irregardless of a fire
conversation.
extinguisher,
No, and they're poking a
That
hole in all the right
Miller-
places.
who murdered his wife?
Did
that
he
in
say that, or did he assume that?
Few seconds,
difference.
he had a right to shoot Miller as many times as he wanted to till he went to the ground and died. Is that fair?
He had a right to do that because he said he had a gun and he was defending himself. I agree with that.
And he just murdered his wife,
Add to that, yes.
but put a big hole in her head
Yes, he did.
What the hell
after
is
they were
happening?
holding hands minutes before.
I'll be right back. Something
Yes, they
something
were.
is being
Enjoying
moved outside.
Okay,
Mother's
no
Day
problem.
at the charcoal room, right?
They were at the charcoal room. Yes.
I really do wish they had gotten
When
Mr.
we look at
Randolph's
Mr. Miller-
face when they were making fun of
We know he's
little
a thief.
guy detective.
Don't we? You know he was a thief, right?
Did I know he was a thief? I mean, we had in his property, there was some identification and some cards that belonged to another person. So I don't know if he stole it. I don't know if he had it on him, if he found it, but
Okay,
And-
well, let's start with that. So in his in his wallet, he has some ID, doesn't he?
Yes.
It's not his.
yes, that's
Right.
true.
And that is from a person named Michael Hogue, isn't it?
Yes.
And it wasn't just his driver's license, it's also a card for, I think, Bruce.
And Costco, I think.
Where did you locate and interview Mr. Hogue? Could you give me the date you interviewed Mr. Hogue?
I did not interview him.
When was the date that detectives that you caused to interview Mr. Hogue? What date did they interview Mr. Hogue?
I don't believe Mr. Hogue was ever interviewed.
So you've told this jury that you suspect that Mr. Miller is a thief because he had Mr. Hogue's identification on him. Fair to say?
If he took Mr. Hogue's wallet, then he's a thief.
You never went and talked to Hogue, did you?
No, I did not.
In the 60 witnesses you interviewed, you didn't think it was important to go and establish whether Mr. Hogue had his stuff ripped off, right?
Mr. Ho?
I never spoke to Mr.
So,
Hogue.
if you wanna
I don't know
pause
if
it
he
real
had his
quick,
stuff
I can-
ripped off.
So
Yeah,
In
sorry,
the,
sorry. It was
um,
my neighbor who's standing with a garden table in a wheelbarrow, oiling it at 8 p.m. Friday night. He was carrying out trash at 4 a.m.
okay.
He's a strange neighbor, but yeah.
So the guy in the garage, he's trying to get him to admit that he has a history of stealing things. So apparently in one of his pockets they have different IDs like a Costco card and a credit card for Mr. Hogue. And instead of, trying to figure out if Mr. Hogue had given him these cards for some, legitimate reason, or if he in fact had a history of, stealing things, to lend credence to him being a thief, they didn't interview him within the 60 people that they did interview. So that's what they're trying to go through now.
Yeah, saying again, you found your man, so you didn't try to solve the crime. You just found enough to prove he was guilty. Yeah, it's yeah. Well, he's never quiet. That's the big problem, and it's always at 2 a.m. he's running around outside.
He's a
Or
vampire.
if he lost his wallet, I don't know if it was taken.
Well, even if he lost his wallet, that doesn't give Mr. Miller the right to shove it in his wallet, does it?
No, and for all I know, it could be Mr. Hoag's wallet that he had. I have no idea.
Oh, so you didn't?
It's, well, as long as
There was
you didn't
also
know, it's not
something-
evidence.
What?
Mr. Miller's left
Use
pocket
it.
that was of interest, right?
Yes, there was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear from him. And the funny part, sometimes I don't hear from him from
It was
days
a
because he's very
channel
sick.
set,
So
a diamond channel set gold attorney.
he's.
It was gold and it had clear stones. Yes, it was channel set.
And when you say clear stones,
I
you're
think
not
he
a
has
jeweler, are
had
you?
cancer for
correct.
like 5 or 6 years.
What was the appraisal on that?
So
when you had
it's
it-
up and down.
when you
He's a
had
really
it
nice guy.
appraised?
We,
His bid
we never
space.
had that appraised.
Yesterday, you told the jury that the jewelry was costume. Do you remember saying that?
That primarily in the bag that we found was costume jewelry.
With regard to this ring was most certainly not costume jewelry, was it?
If in fact it was diamond and it was gold, then it was definitely not costume jewelry.
Okay. And he specifically had it in his left pocket, right?
Yes, he did.
And that led you to believe that he was stealing Sharon Randolph's jewelry, right?
I believe he had every intention of leaving the house with Sharon Randolph's jewelry. Yes.
And
How did this get to be a case? I mean, thus far, all they've shown us is this was most likely a robbery
I'm showing
interrupted.
what's being marked as, or admitted as states.
And
Is
a
the
dude that
problem
no
they
one
can't just say, well, he did bad things before, so he did bad things again? Is that the problem in this case?
I'm pretty, yeah. I'm. They're suffering from the fact that they can't bring in. He was kind of super shady in the last case, but we have to bring this up again. So how are we going to do that?
Yeah, it's and it's really strange that, and as I said in the beginning, that whatever I think about this guy, it's not important. It's what is shown in this case. And so far, this defense have done more with this witness than the state did in 6 hours where they just replayed an interview and asked him. He didn't like you, did he? And now this witness has retracted several statements and said, well, it wasn't definitively like this. It could be stuff like that. And the defense is really good at poking holes at all these experts. So, yeah.
Exhibit 196. Do you see that?
I do. That's the channel set ring that you were talking about
Okay.
amongst the chains
Yep.
that he had. in
Yeah,
his
but
pocket.
again, if they needed that to come in, why don't they just drop the trial? Because then the evidence isn't here. What's the
Did
white
you check the
bottle?
worth of that ring?
No,
It's not cosmetic though.
if in fact it's diamond and it's gold, then it's not cosmetic or costume, excuse me.
Okay. And that was what was in his left jeans pocket, right?
I don't see the placard, but I would agree with, I have no reason to dispute it. Yes, left front jeans pocket.
So obviously, Mr. Miller thought that that was particularly important, right? Because he put it in his left pocket.
I would expect.
And he also put a whole bunch of jewelry into a Walmart bag, didn't he?
We found a fabric Walmart bag filled with jewelry and a towel and a t-shirt. Yes.
Was there a solid gold antique watch amongst that jewelry?
I do not know.
Would you agree with me that a solid gold antique watch could not be considered cosmetic or
Costume.
yes?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Would you agree that there were multiple gold hoop earrings in there?
Yellow metal hooped earrings. Yes, we don't value them.
Because when you say yellow metal, that's because you did not have this stuff appraised, did you?
We did not.
Was there a towel that jewelry was wrapped up in the bag?
There was a towel in the bag. The jewelry was all mixed in, and there was a t-shirt as well, along with the key to the house and the key to the safe, and then the high security keys.
Did you cause that white towel to be tested?
No.
Did you in fact turn over all of that jewelry to Sharon's daughter, Colleen? Did you give it to her?
No, I did not give her.
What happened to the jewelry?
Jewelry. We laid it out on the dining room table and photographed it to document it for our case file, and it was left at the scene.
It was left at the scene?
It was left in the house. I didn't turn it over to anyone.
You never turned that, you just left it there?
As far as I know, I don't know who it was turned over to.
It was never impounded?
No, it was not.
So you just looked at it. What about the coins? Do you remember there's some gold and what appeared gold medal, silver medal coins in there?
I don't remember.
Would you agree with me that when
What did they
somebody
look into?
gives a channel set diamond and gold ring to somebody, they may feel proud of that? Would you agree with me that the display of jewelry we saw, that there are a lot of human beings who would be proud of their jewelry?
Certainly.
They would think maybe that to them it has value, right?
Yes.
It matters perhaps what income level you're at, right? Depending on the kind of jewels you can afford.
I'd agree with that.
Okay? Bill Gates can afford more expensive jewelry than somebody who may be struggling.
There would have been no costume jewelry there. Yes.
Okay. This States 201 is a picture of the Costco card, the Advantage card, and the California driver's license of Mr. Hogue, isn't it?
Yeah, that might not
There-
be
yes,
him.
There are some Michael Miller documents and cards in there as well.
You would agree with me that that man, Mr. Hogue, looks nothing like
Well,
Mr. Miller, correct?
He does not.
I can get
Slightly different.
I can get a tan, but not that much. So I can go from the driver's license to the victim.
So now I'd like to go through some of Mr. Randolph's statements. In his first statement, now you told the jury that
Aaron, he was on the stand for 6 hours, I believe, for the state. And the only question was, do you remember Mr. Randolph telling you in the video he didn't like you? Yes, I did. Why do you believe that was? Because the day before I had been at his house, helped changing the lock, and he called me an asshole. That was everything they asked after 6 hours of mumbling video. And now the defense have had him state a lot of things that doesn't really fit with the narrative the state tried to put out. So he has not been on this long for this is cross-examination, but the defense is doing great.
the story about the garage light. Do you remember? And the garage light made no sense to you because you timed it. It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds, and it turns off, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what we're telling the jury, or what you're telling the jury, is that if somebody comes in their garage door, the door opens, and when the door closes, the light in the garage will stay open for approximately 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
On this particular garage door, not on everybody's.
But
Why
you
do you
checked it
want to
3 times,
argue
and it's
everything?
5 minutes, 8 seconds. You said it was, that's pretty close, maybe
Man
5
is
minutes,
never
7
gonna
seconds,
let
but it
them
was,
5 minutes, 8
anything.
seconds.
all right, good. And so what you concluded is because you were going from 8:30 at night, because you were unaware of what Mr. Bartlett had said, you were concluding that if the garage door closed 8:30, 8:31, 8:32, the light would go off after 7 minutes. Fair. Or after 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
Correct.
So if it was, let's say 8:32, it would go off at 8:37.
Correct.
And yet Mr. Randolph started the 911 call at 8:44.
You have a problem, Iris. They haven't proven he was a hitman. They have never talked about when he was hired as a hitman. There's no evidence in the case that the hitman is a hitman.
Yeah.
They were asked 2 days ago, Friday, I believe, if there was going to go into that there was a conspiracy, and they said no, we don't want to talk about that. And then they changed the questions because they really wanted to imply that he was gay and that they had planned this before, but the judge shut that down because it wouldn't be proper. So there's no evidence the guy who was shot was there as a hitman. No evidence whatsoever so far put into this trial. We just believe that because we know the facts from the first trial. And after watching this trial, I'm wondering, how did he get the death penalty?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What innuendo, what sort of thing did they I
The jewelry is it's kind of interesting because they found a big bag of jewelry, and the state really focused on that. Most of it was costume. Is that the right word? Costume jewelry.
Yeah.
Yeah, all shine, no value. But he had a expensive ring in his left pocket, and there was supposedly a solid gold watch or an antique gold watch in the bag as well. So it would have more value than just some golden metal hoops, as the detective said. But the state never tested the value of any of it. They just left it at the scene, so it wasn't taken
Yeah,
in. Yeah, this defense is doing more damage than I thought in the beginning, because they seemed kind of smarmy in the start. But I think they're doing a lot of damage to the story of the state.
Well, yeah, the fact that again, how in the heck do you not check up with this guy who he has obvious cards and he's just for
Yeah,
the
Cracker
love of Christ.
McCrackerson's driver's license is in his wallet, but didn't
Yeah.
even check if he stole it. And no, they're not just going to convict him for killing the guy who killed his wife. They're still believing that he was the cause of his wife's death, that he had some kind of agreement. They just never proved it. And that's why I'm saying, how did they give him the big one in the first trial?
I know that's
Yeah, and we saw the driver's license in, when I can't, it was day one or day two. We saw the driver's license because Mo and I probably made a little bit fun about his lack of tan. But yeah, again, it's so easy to just leave it there and say, well, it hadn't any value. But I can claim it was worth $1 million if you can't disprove it's worth $1 million. Yeah, and this is why the defense has to do what they're doing here, poking holes, because the state didn't build a solid wall doing his testimony.
yeah, it's just
Yeah, Sal, but it's amazing also that the wives were allowed to say, well, I thought he killed her. It was so much hearsay, it was so much speculation.
54 seconds.
That's
correct?
the best
That's
part
correct.
about
And
your
so the light
system.
would have already
We
been
can
off,
see the cases.
Right?
Yes.
Didn't Mr. Randolph say in both the walkthrough and the initial interview on May 9th in the early morning hours that either he had tried to, after the events, at some point he tried to go out to the garage. Either Mr. Miller was going out to the garage and pushed the button, or that Thomas Randolph was going to tell a neighbor and started pushing the button to the garage door and closed it. You remember this?
I remember that Mr. Randolph, when he stepped in and he saw Sharon laying at the other end of the hallway, thought for a moment to go to a neighbor. So he hit the garage door and then closed it again at that point. That's what he described to us. And yes, in the other statement, he talked about that the light had gone out and he turned it back on and then was in the garage and the light went out, but it was
Okay,
a
so-
much shorter period of time.
So that would reset the light, wouldn't it? His
Yes.
effort? Yes. Okay. So now we know that we really can't rely upon the 5 minutes starting from when the garage door first closes because he reactivates it. Fair?
I'm not sure what the four walls argument. I'm not sure what you try to remember. I'm not that smart, but if I understand something, I will try to tell you.
He did as soon as he stepped
But I
into the
don't get
hallway.
the
it
four
started.
walls.
He also told the
Argument.
authorities, told police, that he believed Miller was trying to open the door.
Yes.
Garage door. Right?
As he was going out into the garage, he thought that Miller might be reaching for the garage door opener.
For the garage door opener. Because he says it, doesn't he? Yeah.
Well, he initially says that he goes to the door, that he went.
Well, how you build a four wall? When you just need to build one wall, just make it secure so you can't poke hole in the wall, or you could call it a dam or whatever. At this point, this is if what they said on Wednesday last week is true, this should be their last witness. Right now, every one of you should sit here and say, this guy is guilty as sin. And then the defense would have to go to the wall the state built and poke holes in that. That's what I'm talking about, building walls or building dams. You have to have a solid wall right now that you can shoot through, and then the defense will have to attack it all the time. Right now, the defense have done more during the state's case than we have seen in some cases during the defense's part of the case. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what I use strange word because I'm stupid.
To the door.
No,
to the
it makes
garage,
sense.
And then
I mean,
he thought
the
because
state doesn't have a case.
the states should always, and I like to talk in pictures so people can understand. They should just call it building a dam to hold all the water in. That's all the guilt. They have to build it up doing the state, and then the defense will have to go and see if we can let a little bit of guilt or doubt out of that dam, so people can see there's a reasonable doubt. We are asking so many questions, but we have seen that in other cases, and the jury, they should watch us. We're smart
Well,
people.
the thing is, I should know by now what
Oh.
your story is.
When, where, how, who. Remember, I'm not an American lawyer. I'm not even a lawyer. I'm just a layman who's doing this because I'm kind of a law nerd. I'm watching way too many trials, and I've been doing layman duty in Denmark, or our jury duty, for way too many years. So I really like to watch trials, but I'm not an expert in how to do those kind of things, because that's something you learn in law school. And Moa and I are not graduates from the Darrell Brooks School of Law and stuff yet. But so far, I watch it like a juror will watch it, because that's what I can do. But so I won't tell you how you should. But again, I just see it as a dam. You have to keep in the doubt. And if a little bit of doubt can seep through that wall you built, then there's a reasonable doubt. But there's no
Yeah.
doubt about Jamie is such a nice lady.
That was an annoying meeting and I missed everything. I'm so bummed.
Did you get that clip, Baker, of or someone will have a clip. Basically, this poor lawyer realized he's not tall. He's average. And
I
he's
heard,
very
I
offended.
saw everybody's faces and you were saying something, and I'm saying, listen to my boss, and I'm like, stop talking. I need to figure out what's going on. So I didn't get to see anything.
We all need to get to two bajillion fans, so Jamie can just be our favorite,
Yeah.
custody person.
Oh,
And can some of my mods maybe time out Alexandra, because that's mean.
Oh, sorry.
Ugh.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I barely make sense to myself. Don't give me a complex and tell me I'm starting to do stuff right. I am.
I know he
Yeah.
kept talking to, and I was like, not to be a jerk off, but are we done here? Because I have to get back to something.
Yeah.
Just like
Hey,
making.
I know you pay me for my time, but could you please shut up? I have to go back to do my spare job.
We're cool at least. That's funny. He's like, all right, sure.
And it is, if I didn't watch the trial and this was a retrial, I would think, why the hell are we even here? This should be what's it, Brent's motion. When the state rests, the judge should throw this out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this
Direct,
point, I
directed
directed verdict.
Directed verdict. Yeah.
I mean, at this point, if I'm the defense, I'm going to go through and hammer as quickly as possible the points that I want to make for my defense, you know, his statements, and then I am going to let the state rest and just say, hey, at no point did they point to anything that says that my client had any interaction with this man who was clearly, per their expert witness, you know, they were an investigator, robbering this house. He was a robbler, and he effed around and he found the hell out.
Yeah.
The end of story. Directed
So-
verdict. Also, mother-in-law hoe bag.
Can you
100%.
give me a short recap of what I missed, or how is he
Oh.
doing? Is he doing well?
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.
Said
Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
We need a little Glenn to cleanse our palate. But
Yes.
yeah, he's been doing what they have been doing all the time, asking the questions that just astounds me. They found another guy's driver's license. They didn't check up if that driver's license was stolen. They never checked the value of the jewelry. He had to admit that if you extend your arm and you're above official average height in the U.S., which is 5'9", you are
For a
a
man?
shorter distance to the target. And again, the defense just pokes hole at everything, and that's what they've been doing.
I love that about them.
Yeah, and yeah. Yeah, but again, I know the justice system. I have. You can't see her. I have Lady Justice on my arm, and she's blind, and the justice
Now
system
I
should
want
be
a
blind.
tattoo.
So that's my big problem. Is if she doesn't like him, she's gonna write it out, because there's not enough evidence that there was any conspiracy to put Michael in the house so he could unalive him and had the wife unalive. They even said they wouldn't be going into a conspiracy angle. So how will you prove he's a hitman? I'm sorry.
That he had turned back and that he might have gone for the garage door opener.
Yes, he says, I mean the garage door opener. And you ask where, or detectives ask where's the garage door opener? And he says you come in the door and just reach around and you can turn on the light. Right? That's what he said.
Right.
So that most certainly would reset this whole timing thing on the light, wouldn't it?
I can make
It
it
would if
next.
he reached it, yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that what you told this jury about the 5 minutes, 8 seconds is accurate. It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds. But every time somebody touches that, it reactivates it. Fair?
That's fair.
There's a lot more facts by the defense. There's no facts.
I hope they're
That
noticing
night,
it.
did you go to the Millers, Billy Miller and Vita Miller's home?
I did not.
But you know that Vita and Billy Miller said that they were missing some cloth gloves. Do you remember this?
Yes.
In fact, you memorialized that in a report, that both Billy and Vita said that they were missing cloth gloves.
Yes. And a ski mask.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll get to the ski mask in a second. But,
Okay.
but just so we're clear, because there was a point where it was important we prove these gloves, Mr. Miller didn't remember that. You can tell us that Mr. Miller, in fact, said he was missing a pair of cloth gloves.
Yes.
And you found gloves on Michael Miller, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Polyester cotton gloves.
And one thing polyester cotton gloves do is they stop me from leaving fingerprints. If I want to be working on this thing and I don't want anybody to have my fingerprints if I wear gloves, it'll help me.
Fingerprints and more than likely DNA. Yes.
It'll stop it, won't it?
Correct.
Well.
Burn.
You
Ouch. Ow.
people have
Twisted, I will be sending you some
housekeepers,
aloe.
clean houses, right?
It'll get there in a
Yes.
couple
People have
days.
handyman, handy woman that do things around the house, right?
Yes.
Sometimes those people are in more, not public areas, but they're doing things around the house, but maybe they shouldn't be going in. Housewife, house husbands, nightstand drawers. Fair?
That's possible. Certainly.
So you would be aware that Mike Miller would have been in that house, the Randolph house, multiple times, right?
Yes. We were told that he was.
He had done work for Colleen, right?
I think on one occasion there was some work that
Pigeon
he did.
problem, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were aware that Mike Miller had watched movies over there,
Yes.
been invited to Easter dinner.
I don't remember Easter specifically, but I know they said that he had dinner there several times.
Fair enough. Mr. Randolph told you he trusted that man, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you after the death, he referred to him in calling him a bum. You remember that?
I do.
He said he didn't have any talent with screw driving or pounding a nail, but he could lift stuff, right?
Correct.
And that helped Mr. Randolph because he's got a bad back, right?
Yes, he said he does.
But Thomas Randolph said repeatedly that Mr. Miller didn't have a drug problem. Do you remember that?
I know he was asked about it and then clarified it. There was a drinking problem,
Okay.
but he answered initially to the question about drugs.
And at one point he says he doesn't even smoke pot, right?
Right.
Well, that was wrong. Mr. Randolph was absolutely wrong because this man, Michael Miller, had cocaine in his system. Were you aware of that?
I didn't see the toxicology report on Mr. Miller.
So one thing we can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is Mr. Randolph was wrong. He thought, he said he trusted the man. The man didn't even smoke pot. And we know that he did something a lot more powerful than that, right? Cocaine is a lot more powerful than pot.
If he had cocaine in his system, then yes.
You were a bike cop for a while, I think you said.
Bicycle, mountain bike. Yeah,
Oh,
I rode mountain bikes for 2
bicycle.
years.
My
What was
mountain
that?
bike cop.
That was back in 93 to 95 over by Clark High School.
So as a bicycle cop, you probably were dealing in some low-level narcotic stuff, people under the influence, things like that.
Certainly, it was high density, low income housing, so a lot of gang members.
And you probably have some ability to spot back then when people were under the influence of different controlled substances.
Yes.
Do you agree with the following statement? That violent behavior and crime are associated with cocaine use, and that paranoid thinking and the need to get money for cocaine may cause violent criminal behavior by cocaine users.
Objection.
Oh my God, shut your mouth.
He is a vice bicycle cop.
He's done everything. He was in the LA riots too.
You guys, look, I'm not saying that I don't believe him, but I don't think the Crips and the Bloods are going to be too scared of a Schwinn bicycle cop.
Like rolling up
What
in his
the actual-
bike.
He's got his little spandex on, and he's like, ring, 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 ring.
Yeah.
No, guys. And you can see that he's got the helmet and the elbow guards.
Yep.
And
And
he's the
the
guy
polo
running
flag.
up to every problem saying, "Hey, you guys, let's be nice today."
All the safety equipment. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I know he
You
was
said you were a
probably
bicycle cop
biking,
Yes,
not
I
a
was.
Schwinn.
for a couple of years.
Yes,
You said you worked gang territories.
yes,
And in those gang territories, did you happen to make arrests for cocaine?
yes.
Do you know the effects? Do you know, as a police officer, the effects of cocaine on our society?
Generally, yes. Oh, on our society?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blight on our society. It's awful that people are addicted to cocaine.
Could you repeat that, please?
It's a blight on our society that people are addicted to cocaine and crack cocaine
Why?
because they're not.
Because what would Dave Chappelle make fun of?
I
don't
know, right?
I mean, why is cocaine bad?
Well, I didn't expect him to just go, why?
It is fair to say that
I mean, I understand
You-
where he's trying to get to, but
Yeah.
just-
examine the inside of that scene, correct?
Yes,
You looked for different things. Did you look at the master bedroom?
yes, we did.
I heard that
Did you
differently.
notice that beyond where Sharon's head is, see where I'm
did you
pointing?
notice that weird pink monstrosity of a master
That's the master
bedroom?
bedroom.
What was that?
Yes,
And there was blood all forming and sort of stained into the carpet of the master bedroom, right?
right. There was blood pooled into the carpet, and then there was the areas all around it where the blood had been smeared and transferred.
Yeah, it's a
You're
great way to
familiar
do crowd control.
With footprints, aren't you? At a
Yes.
crime scene. Footprints at a crime scene.
Certainly.
Footprints can be very valuable at a crime scene, depending on the situation, right?
Yes, and depending on the analysis of that individual footwear, yes.
If somebody steps in
Don't
blood
make me go full
and
no
then
time,
continues
no
to
time
walk, you
mo.
make a good blood prints. In other words, where you can really see the form
World
of the
is-
shoe.
Yes, they're
Only
referred to as
slightly ready
patent
for no
prints,
Tybo.
where it transfer blood from one object to the other.
And it's fair to say that there are experts in law enforcement that can actually look at footprints like that and determine whether they actually match a particular pair of shoes,
Yes,
depending on the situation,
depending on the shoe. Yes.
depending on the shoe.
Mhm.
Now, I want to show you, first of all, what's being admitted as State's Exhibit 86. Do you see that?
I do.
And by the way, before I move any further.
Well, there goes your
that's
channel,
a phone
Baker.
on top of Mrs. Randolph's legs, right?
Yes, it is. It still displays 911. It was still connected.
I'm sorry,
for quite a
people.
lengthy
I'm just
period
going
of
to
time.
pull that off
Well, before I move on, when you say it
No
displays
problem.
911, it actually
because
doesn't. It
my channel
displays
could be used for that.
911, doesn't it?
If there's a 4 after that, I know it's when he connected to 911 and it continued on. We were able to trace it back to the time that he called.
Right. So it was a 911 call, but the face shows you the numbers, doesn't it?
Oh, they took
Yes,
it
it
off.
does.
And I'll come up with another.
I'm just
photo
afraid
that's
to
a
put
little
it back
more
on
clear
because they
that.
just
But
slam
you
it
don't
on.
independently
It's so,
remember saying
so stupid.
I'm
911
surprised that
for-
Court TV or whoever's doing
No, I
the
don't.
feed is doing that, is
You
showing
see
it.
the blood
Because
all.
generally they
and I am
don't.
going back to Exhibit 86. You see the blood in the master bedroom, right?
Yes, I do. It's pulled out onto the Berber carpet.
There's absolutely no blood prints into that master, is there?
We didn't find any blood prints, no.
And when I say blood prints, I mean shoe prints of any type.
Right, where someone had transferred it into the master bedroom, no.
And in fact, in State's Exhibit 106, we can see that there is a sort of a house carpet, for lack of a better term, now placed over the blood, right?
That's some blood.
Yes,
there.
we found those in each room. There was a carpet.
And that's done so that law enforcement or first responders could actually come in without doing exactly what we've been talking about.
Oh, so there wasn't this crazy lady putting.
Law
Oh,
enforcement,
okay, that makes more
meaning
sense.
us processing the scene, not first responders, because the body, Sharon's body has been removed from the scene at this point. So this is afterwards in
Oh,
documenting
okay.
the scene.
Now, in that same picture, we can see that there are drawers that have been removed from cabinets, right above.
Yes, that's correct.
And what appears to be a jewelry box.
Yes.
That weird outlet cover
So it
thing
appears
with the plane.
that Miss Randolph is
It's
laying
just-
there bleeding, leaving this big stain of blood. And yet we can clearly see these drawers removed and no blood prints to it, right?
That's correct.
I'm having my finger on the trigger if he's doing this
Good
again.
idea.
States 108 is a picture of all those drawers, right?
Oh,
Yes.
that's not important.
Okay.
I can live with that one.
Somebody had gone through drawers in that house, fair to say?
This is like
Yes.
the woman they found in the
different
alley. That's
Right.
a lot of blood in this one
Yes.
too.
You have had
Yeah.
situations in your career, let's say with bank robberies, where a bank robber is
It happens in my
interrupted in the
age.
middle of the bank robbery and there's some kind of shootout or something happens, something goes wrong during the bank robbery.
Certainly.
Burglars sometimes get caught because homeowners come home or they get caught red-handed running out a door and there's a police officer there. Happens, doesn't it?
Yes, we have that. It's called, we refer to it as a hot crowd.
There were many officers at that scene, weren't there?
Yes.
I think I counted with Detective Mogg somewhere over 30. Seem out of place?
That's fair to say on the, looking at the CAD printout.
And on the 911 call, we can hear Thomas Randolph. And at one point, he's like, should I open the door? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. That was right before he started CPR at 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
There was a
He
place
has an impressive,
before CPR where Mr. Randolph says, should I go lock the door so the man
He has an
can't-
impressive
the man
memory.
can't get in because I can see him. Remember that?
He's not reading from his report. He's remembering all these.
Yes,
Times.
that's about 3 minutes into the call.
Yeah.
And then at some
But I mean, he
point,
went through the whole
he's doing
timeline
CPR,
yesterday
and he's saying,
ad
should I
nauseum.
open the door? Do you
Yeah,
remember
but
that?
still,
And
he's been listening
fire
to
department says, "No,
the
keep doing
stupid
CPR."
interview
Do you remember
too.
this?
Yes, it was right after he completed the instructions for CPR and right before he started the compressions. He suggested he open the door.
And he's calling for help for his wife, right? He's calling 911 and asking what to do. He doesn't know what to do with his wife, right?
Yes, he said that early on, about 45 seconds into the call.
The only way that paramedics are going to get in that house is if he opens and unlocks the door to let them in, right?
Yes, I mean, the paramedic said, tell Metro, tell your officers to get in any way they can.
So what he's saying is, if I go unlock the door, maybe they can come in and help. Fair? It seems like
My-
if he can answer the question, that's what he's saying.
I know right before he started with the compressions and the paramedics telling him to focus on doing this for his wife, he said, maybe I should go unlock the door or open the door. Is not unlock, but open the door.
Okay.
And the paramedic said, no, you need to focus on this.
Okay, well, whatever.
After Mr. Randolph leaves the residence, he's ordered out, isn't he, by police officers? When they see him, they're telling him, come out.
Yes,
Standard procedure. They don't,
certainly,
it's a very dangerous situation. They want him to come out, right?
certainly.
Mr. Randolph complained numerous times in these statements that it took so long for help to come to Sharon. He says it took 30 minutes. They didn't come. Do you remember him saying these things?
I remember him saying that, yes.
At one point, he says to you, did she die instantaneously? Do you remember that in the statement we just
Yes.
heard? He said, because he thought of her on the cold floor.
Yes.
There you have the
That
emotionalness
911
you
tape
were
is
talking about
over 18 minutes long, isn't it?
2 hours
Yes,
ago.
it is.
And
He
what
did
it
show emotions
shows
at
is
some
it
point.
shows that paramedics never come. In that 18 minutes, nobody comes in there and helps Miss Randolph, do they?
I can't tell that from the actual call. I know that in 7 minutes and 30 seconds that Mr. Randolph leaves to open the door and you can hear officers challenging him. Then you can hear the maybe four voices of officers clearing the residence. You
Okay,
can
so let
hear
me
paramedics asking for Metro to give a code 4 so that they can go in, but I don't hear paramedics.
Okay, so before
TV, you do technically you do have to try to do CPR because you can't pronounce a person dead. At least in Denmark,
No,
you
yeah.
need a doctor to pronounce someone dead. So if I find a person who's trained in CPR, I have an obligation to try and alive them again and
Right.
call some
But to,
medical.
like, try to say, oh, well, he wanted to go unlock the door instead of doing CPR. Like, I hate the way they twist the things like that. Drives me nuts.
Yeah.
And again, if you're sitting there, everything is boiling in you because of adrenaline and something you didn't expect to walk in through, and you really want someone to come and help your wife. Or it could be the other way around. We don't know it because I listened to the 911 call. He seemed really exaggerated in his breathing and stuff like that. I never had a panic attack. I don't know if you sound like that when you're having a panic attack. So I couldn't tell you, but I just thought it seemed like someone acting out a panic attack. But what do I know?
It's weird because I've seen people go either way, and I've gone either way. You can either go really, really stoic and you just show almost no emotion, or you can go almost hysterical and you aren't hearing anything. You aren't hearing, you aren't seeing, you're not paying attention almost.
Absolutely.
So it's really weird, but he
People
seemed really upset.
Everybody just, you see a dead person and you just are screaming and crying and, you're just out of control. That's not really the case.
Oh, Siri, I misunderstood you. Yeah. Yeah, and that's and maybe you thought, well, if I just go and unlock the door, how much could it change? I would have asked that. So
I would have wanted them to come in because I'm CPR trained,
Yeah.
but geez, oh Pete.
Maybe you thought,
I'm scared.
or I would have thought, I'm not stopping. You open the damn door however much you can. I am not stopping. This is,
yeah, but
I
again,
will-
if he doesn't know what to do, and as I have told before, when my dad died in my arms, when it was obvious he was going away, I forgot everything. I just wanted to get away and let the doctors handle it because I shouldn't do anything. I slapped him a couple of times and then I went away. So
yeah.
I can understand why and that's the fight and flight thing again.
Yeah.
That maybe someone else can come and help me. Someone else help me because I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I can see it both ways. It could, and again, but there's not a clear narrative that he didn't want to help her.
we listened to a portion of the 911, you said yesterday that you thought this crime scene had been preserved, right?
Yes.
Officers go in and they walk around what appear to be walking around the area of this hallway before that crime scene is secure at all. In fact, they're sweeping the house, right?
Yes, you can hear them clearing the house. Yes. They're
So they
conversing
would-
with each other.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So they would be walking around in the area where potential evidence could be.
That's possible, yes.
Could we hear that? While we're waiting for that to happen, you would agree with me. Have you listened to all 18 minutes?
Yes, I have.
After there's a sweeping of the house by, you said maybe 3 officers, because you really can't tell, you're just hearing voices, right?
Like 3 or 4 voices, what I hear.
One's a female, right?
Yes, talking to Toby Maldonado, I can hear her
And you-
use Toby's name.
And you actually hear them identify there's a body. They're
2008.
realizing their body's in there.
2008.
It's obviously probably very kind of a scary situation, even for police officers.
Certainly.
And so we know that those officers are going around in this particular area where there is evidence to be collected, correct?
Potentially.
And when you're sweeping a house, you're not worried about kicking a cartridge, are you?
That's not true. It's protocol to make every effort to preserve the crime scene, even though you are performing that function. Officers know that. So this isn't a SWAT entry where they're doing a dynamic entry and running through the house. This is a slow and methodical clearing of the residents. They would see obvious evidence if that was presented to them, and they wouldn't
Really though.
disregard it.
Detective O'Kelly,
That's not
these
necessarily.
people in that house are looking for potential
They're clearing the house.
suspects,
They're not
shooters,
looking on the floor
something
for
along those lines, right?
Certainly.
cartridges.
They're looking for
No,
somebody
they're
who
not.
could just turn around and shoot a police officer.
We get out
right?
of the window.
Yes.
So you imagine their focus is danger. We've got to make sure there's no danger, right?
Their focus is everywhere as they're clearing the house. Yes.
No,
And
the
you would
focus
agree
is
with
on
me
persons
that,
with guns in the house.
doing that,
They're not
in clearing that
tiptoeing
house,
around in the house. They're clearing the house.
that
So-
one thing that
but
they would
argue-
want to do is
Everyone
make
has
sure
seen a
that
house
there's
clearing
nobody hiding in bedrooms, under
on
beds,
TV, on
anything
cops or
along those
something
lines.
like that.
I'd agree with that.
And they want to make sure of that because they don't want to let some poor paramedic come in. They don't want to let some poor paramedic come in and then all of a sudden the paramedic's dealing with the hidden guy under the bed with a gun.
Correct.
Exactly,
Or
I'm
crime scene
Herr Biker.
analysts or responding officers afterwards. Yes.
The
So
second
if we could play
you're
that
sure there's
now
no one
and
there, you
just
can look at the
hear-
crime scene.
Hear the portion of the officers in there.
They're worse at technology than I am.
Okay, get us flat on your back. I want you to tilt your head back, okay? Did you do that? Okay, tilt your head back. Okay, I'll do it. Tilt your head back. Listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the nipples.
We're going to jump ahead to 7 minutes
Right,
at this
just
point.
place it. Sir.
And now to 8. Can you tell me when you can hear officers come in?
What are we listening to? Is it to show how long it took before the police entered the house? I hate those.
Not really sure.
I can't. Why is the sound so bad in this trial?
Just these stupid tapes.
All right, guys, I'm stuck. We're gonna need someone to go right into quarterback. I'm trying to go. This is bad. You know what? We got it clear, Sandy. Okay, let me go left.
Yeah, but I think they want to prove how long it took from the police arrived because we heard we have to do a sweep. We have to do a sweep. No.
I copy. All right, well, my grandfather. Yeah, make sure it's clear, but you can't have you popping out. We can pull out right now. I'm just gonna, you got nothing on our next one.
Okay, Detective, that appears to, I stopped it at 12 minutes. And after that, the jury can listen to it because it's being admitted, but we just hear sort of a silence after that for the rest of the 18 minutes. Fair?
Yeah, yes, we do until 911 says disconnect. You hear her say, I'm disconnecting right before.
The
Stop.
reason we can hear those officers sweeping that house is because that phone is live. It's live to 911 on Mrs. Randolph's body, right?
That's correct.
That's what we're hearing. We're hearing the officers and the speaker is that phone.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
I guess another point that's
we've
I
only
wanna
been
make sure
going
it's
for 3
fair,
hours now.
is that for that whole 18 minutes, she doesn't get medical attention from paramedics, right?
Yes, from beginning to end, I don't hear paramedics treating her.
In fact, paramedics are delayed because of the dynamic situation in this scene.
Yes, it's even in the report that FD held off for the code 4.
We can see that there were life-saving efforts made upon Miller, right? On Mr. Miller, there were life-saving efforts made on his body.
I don't know that I would qualify it as life-saving efforts.
Did you see the plastic on his wrist and the plastic right around his body?
Right. Yes,
That's
I did.
paramedics at work.
That's making a determination whether there's signs of life.
So work was done by paramedics upon Mr. Miller, no matter what it was, right?
Why
Those
are you-
sensors were placed on him, yes, at some point.
But none on Sharon Randolph.
Why?
You didn't see any on
I
her,
hate
no.
that he has to be this aggressive.
Mr. Randolph complained in those
It's,
interviews.
it's like having an
Mr.
argument
Randolph
with
would
your
have been right
girlfriend.
outside, right? He was taken outside and he's either sitting in a patrol car. Or
Yeah,
sitting on
like
the ground.
why are you having to be so
Certainly, yes.
argumentative?
He
Just
would be
answer the
one of
question.
these,
Yeah.
no one's coming in to help my wife, right? And that's what he says. You people didn't help my wife. Words to that effect.
I don't know where he was to be able to see the entry and then
Oh,
the
for God's
officers
sakes, he
coming
said it.
out,
I
but
would say
yes,
it.
That's fair to say.
It's fair to say he was really frustrated about that. And he expressed it, didn't he?
He did in interviews, yes,
That's what I mean. In interviews, he expressed frustration that nobody'd come to aid his wife.
certainly.
In one of them, he said, well, I don't know if she's dead, right?
Yes.
He said it was horrible. Strike that. The body being turned over was rolled over for him to do that. Do you remember the paramedic fire department saying, roll her over so that we can do CPR?
Yes, I do.
And at some point you hear Mr. Randolph start screaming, Sharon, Sharon, right?
Yes.
While he's performing, while he's on the phone to 911, he says, I can see the man out there, right? I can see who we now know to be Mr. Miller. He can see him.
Yes.
And he's worried about it because he's unsure if he's actually dead or something along those lines.
Yes.
But we know the door must be open to the garage because he's saying, I can see him, right?
Correct.
He was asked, Mr. Randolph was asked what he thought of his wife. To describe her in one word. What did he say? She was effing wonderful.
Yeah.
And another time, even before he was asked that, he said she was wonderful.
Yes. Best thing that ever happened to me, he said.
He, at one point, his father had had a stroke recently, right? Because they were going back to Utah.
Yes.
And he said that they actually put his father got some better medical care because of the advice of Sharon. Did you remember him saying that?
I don't recall it specifically, but I'm sure that's true.
We heard this statement yesterday. Do you want me to show it to you or would you accept it?
No, I'll accept it, certainly.
Going back to the Millers.
Yeah, he's hard of hearing.
There
It
was a
was
mask.
brought up
Remember I
in this
talked to you about
case
the
with
gloves,
the
and now
blue-haired biddies
I
in the
wanna talk
beginning.
about the
Yeah,
masks.
he has hearing aids, so.
Police went to the Millers within hours of this incident to interview Vita and Billy Miller, right?
I know they were shown the address, and I think the interview occurred later, but yes, it was done pretty quickly.
Mr. Randolph showed officers where they lived.
Yes. He didn't remember the specific address, but he knew where it was, so he showed officers, yes.
So he cooperated and showed officers, this is where that guy lives.
Yes.
And when Vita and Billy Miller were interviewed, both Vita and Billy stated that they were missing a mask, a ski mask.
Yes.
And in fact, Vita said that she hadn't seen the mask since December of 2007. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When did Mr. Miller move in to Vita and Billy Miller's home?
In December of 2007.
So once Michael Miller shows up on the scene at the Billy and Vita Miller's home, Vita doesn't see that mask again, does she? She said she didn't.
She said it's the same month, yes.
And one thing that was told to police about that mask is it had a big mouthpiece. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You've seen the mask in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And it's got some kind of sewing of the mouthpiece, like almost looks like a fishing line all the way.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
I do.
Is there somebody closed up the mouthpiece?
Right.
Get to the end of this, counselor.
Did you obtain, for purposes of Ware's DNA, Billy Miller's DNA, to
Yes.
compare to see if it was on that mask?
Billy Miller?
Yes, sir.
No.
Because that could have told us if in fact that was Billy Miller's mask that had gone missing.
It's possible.
As a result of Vita and Billy Miller saying that this mask was missing, the house was searched, wasn't it, for a mask?
Yes. Officers checked for the mask.
And no mask was located.
No.
No gloves of any relevance were located.
No.
And that's because the only place you're going to locate that mask is about 2 feet from Michael Miller's head. Isn't that right?
That's where we found the ski mask, laying face up.
And in fact, in police statements, Mr. Randolph says that that mask was laying right by Michael Miller. Do you remember that? He said it was laying by him.
I remember him saying that, yes.
And on multiple occasions, Thomas Randolph tells you and other detectives that when he bumped into Michael, something happened to the mask. It pushed up. Do you remember that?
Yes, he told me during the walkthrough that when he bumped in, he bumped up and he could see his chin.
And he had said that in the first statement to Detective Monk, that something had happened with this mask where maybe he couldn't quite see, right?
I remember that in the second interview. I don't remember the couldn't quite see part in the first interview.
The
He says
mask
he
is the
talks
big
about this
problem
mask being
because
pushed up
he
multiple
has
times,
a
doesn't he?
through and through in the
Yeah, I
head,
remember in the second
but
interview,
not
he
in the
talked about it
mask.
possibly
So it
being
has to
rolled
be
up.
off when he gets
Okay.
the coup de grace.
Would you agree that if a mask is obstructing your view, one way to get rid of that problem is take that mask off?
That's what you want to
I
put
would
in
agree
there.
with that.
A detective saying, yes, that could happen.
You are aware of the DNA results in this case, aren't you, as the lead detective?
Yes,
Thomas Randolph is excluded from that mask with DNA.
yes,
Thomas Randolph told the authorities that he went and looked in these bags next to Mr. Miller to see if he could locate the gun, right?
yes.
And this is the .22 caliber we're talking about, right?
It's the gun that Michael Miller had, yes.
So Mr. Randolph says he touches these bags looking for the gun, right?
Yes,
And at some point, he
It's not
says,
speculation
Thomas
to
Randolph,
ask,
that he takes
could
this
a
22
possible way
Smith
to
&
remove
Wesson
it,
6-shot
or to
revolver, and he
take it
throws
off?
it away from Mr. Miller into one of the bedrooms. He throws it actually into northeast bedroom, which is depicted as number 14, right?
yes. He said he was aiming for the trash can.
So I just want to make sure this is clear. The .38 caliber Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver is the murder weapon.
Yes,
And again, just so we get this down, there are two revolvers in this case. One a .38, it's got a wood grip. Smith & Wesson kind of looks like the .22. Would you agree with me?
yeah, they're about the same,
There
same
you go.
size, K-frame, yes,
But one fires .22s and one fires .38s.
yes,
And we know the .38 is found near the body of Sharon Randolph, right?
yes, in the drum room against the south wall.
Just for purposes of this diagram, don't need to pick, but it says east bedroom, just for purposes of diagram.
Iris, he wasn't asked if he removed the mask. He was asked, could a possible way to, because if his vision was obstructed, could a possible way to clear his vision be to remove the mask? You can speculate on that. You can have an opinion on that. It was never said that he removed his mask. It was, could it be a possibility? And there's a difference. He's an expert. He has done police work, so he can talk about that. So it's a different way to it's a different way to say that the victim could have done it, but it wasn't what he was asked. Yeah, and
I was laughing at that one. It really shouldn't have.
no,
So-
you should pipe up all of the time, because I have to think, and I like to think because I've been sitting here for almost 4 hours, and my brain is slowly seeping out my ears. So the more I can think about things, the better it is.
I know what you're saying.
Certainly.
15,
And
the
we're not
38
finished
is
yet.
the murder weapon, right?
Yes,
Mr. Randolph doesn't say he takes, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 90. That's the 38, isn't it?
yes, it is.
And you see there's a mark right on the wall. I don't know if it comes out very well. Right above it, you see there's like scratch marks.
I can see it. I'm familiar with it. You can see it from here, comes all the way down to here.
Almost like the gun hit,
Actually, I think it goes further up. So maybe here and then all the way arcs down.
like the gun, some portion of the gun had hit the wall and sort of scraped down. Something along those.
That it's scraped against the wall, possibly. Just that it's in the area of where the grip is. It just seemed odd. I did document it.
You found in your experience in law enforcement that oftentimes people will want to dispose of a murder weapon, right?
Yes,
One way to dispose of a murder weapon, if it doesn't belong to you and it's not your house, is just to leave it there, right?
it doesn't really dispose of it. It's there at the scene.
It doesn't connect the murderer to it by leaving it at the scene.
Well, and again, that depends on whether or not you're leaving DNA or if there's fingerprints on the casings inside the cylinder. There's other ways to connect a person to a weapon.
Was that gun tested for DNA or fingerprints?
Yes.
And Mr. Miller, we know, had gloves on, right?
Yes, he did.
So Mr. Miller would know I'm not really leaving fingerprints because I've got gloves on.
Certainly.
Not leaving DNA because I got gloves on.
Yes.
Throw this gun down and don't take it with me. Can't be really caught at my house, right?
No, not unless he touched it without gloves at some point.
And I'm showing you what has been admitted as States 128. This is a picture, not a very clear one, but a picture of the suitcase that had the .22 caliber on it, right?
Yes, you can see the trigger guard and the barrel.
And I don't see if I can put that over it. And that's at 14, right?
It's in the northeast bedroom, the office. Yep, number
Right there.
14.
Okay. Thomas Randolph grabs the non-murder weapon that he says is by Miller's body, and he throws it, and he says he's trying to throw it in the trash can.
He was aiming for the trash can, yes.
That is not the murder weapon. The 22 that he's taken from Mr. Miller is not the murder weapon, is it?
No, it is not.
The 38 is.
Yes.
I'm getting bored.
There was a safe in the house, wasn't there?
Yes, there was in the master bedroom closet, a sentry safe.
It was a little safe.
Yeah, small one.
Could you show us just with your hands approximately how big?
I'd say it's maybe 1.5 feet wide. It was kind of a drawer type safe where once you unlock it, it disconnects from the fixed locking mechanism and pulls out. And then there was a top that lifted up on it.
Well, tell us more about the big safe. Not that one. I don't want to know about that one. I want to know about the big safe in the house. Where was that?
We didn't locate another safe.
There was another safe in that house, wasn't there?
So I've been told there was another safe in the house.
What?
In fact, do you remember there's some closet doors and they were not removed, but sort of off the tracks? Do you remember that?
I believe the inside door in the drum room was off the tracks, yes, and leaning into the closet.
What was in that closet?
Various items of clothing and just what you'd expect to be found in a closet.
Did they miss a safe in a
I'm going
closet?
to show you what has been marked for
I was
identification
like,
as proposed Exhibit R. May I approach you? Yes. Now, Detective, I'm going to show you this picture. There was a point in time where you were back in the house and there were pictures being taken, right? Do you remember you went back in the house with Colleen, Sharon's daughter, and there were pictures being taken?
I don't remember pictures being taken, but we were back at the house a couple of times. We just mentioned the one on July 2nd. We were there. And then September 11th was there as well.
Do you know where she's standing?
It appears as though she's standing on the east wall in that room, the drum room,
What is she standing in front of?
in front of a brown safe. It appears to be a brown safe.
A large brown safe.
Yes.
Please show it's so big they couldn't possibly have missed it. What the hell is happening?
Okay, so I want to show you State's Exhibit 99. This purports to be the drum room, right?
Yes. That's the interior door on the closet. As I mentioned, it's off track.
So that door is off track.
And that
wait,
is that the safe they missed? Please tell me that's the safe they didn't
yeah,
see.
there's a safe in there, and I'm pretty sure through all the other testimony they had said that they never like checked there.
Yep. I'm getting a bit frustrated and angry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Skibbity doo. Dip, dip.
Okay, Detective O'Kelly, I am showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 99, and we were talking about the drum room okay? And you mentioned that the doors seem to be off track, right?
One of them does.
And do you see, I want you to concentrate on in the closet, on the bottom by the clothes, do you see a brown
I could see it
object?
Yes, I do.
on this
Metal or
screen, and
something
they have
along
been in
those
the
lines.
room.
Yes, it appears to be the safe that you showed me in the previous picture.
Because now I'm going to show you what we have just admitted as proposed exhibit R.
What the
And you can
freaking?
see Colleen standing by a large safe.
Yes.
Is that another
I
one?
say large, to be fair.
No, that's the one that was behind the door they
24
didn't
inches?
put away.
I'd say it's a 2-foot cube.
2 foot cube. Okay. Is it fair to say,
How can you miss that?
Detective, that there are no pictures
Freaking huge.
of that safe taken by crime scene analysts?
Except for the one that you just showed me, and we don't see it discernible as a safe.
You realize that's not a crime scene analyst who took that photograph. Somebody else is taking that
He's
photograph.
not talking about that photograph, he's talking about the other photograph.
The one you can see a portion of it.
Okay.
It was taken at night.
Okay, so the only one, in other words, crime scene analysts don't take a picture of that safe like we see it here.
Showing you that it's a safe, no.
Was it open on May 8th/May 9th?
Was the safe open?
Yes, sir.
I have no idea. I mean, the door's up against it. I can't expect that front door of the safe is open.
Was there lots of valuables taken out?
But they did a
have no idea.
thorough
So fair to say,
investigation of the
in
crime
this
scene. They did all the correct
investigation
steps,
and preservation of the scene,
but they didn't check the
There's a large
closet if
safe.
there was a person hiding there.
it's not discussed in any report. Fair.
That's fair.
No pictures taken. Fair.
Other than that one where you can see a portion of it, yes. It's not discernible as a safe. I agree with you.
Yeah, stop being argumentative. You
I'm
didn't
going to
do your
show
job
you-
again.
Another picture. It's going to be proposed exhibit T as in Tom. May I approach?
Yes.
The defense is doing a
Detective
really
O'Kelly,
good
do
job,
you see what appears? Do you recognize that person?
making him look.
I do. It looks like
sloppy.
Colleen with one of her children.
And is this the same drum room?
It is.
You recognize that?
I do.
Move for submission. I can publish. That is Colleen and one of her children in that drum room where we can see the closet door, right?
One closet door. It looks like the outer one's not even there.
It's clearly off its rails.
Yes. We have them in my house. They're very annoying.
Yeah, Ray Charles could have done a better job than that. That's a pretty big safe to miss.
There is a picture, maybe you can remember,
That's a good one, Yamaha.
and it shows yellow tape out in front of the house. Do you remember this?
Yes,
This is something you've probably seen more times than you can count in your life.
certainly.
It means I presume, patrol officer he or she is taping off the area, telling people, stay back, get back, don't come in here.
Yes.
And one of the reasons you do that is for preservation of a crime scene.
Yes.
You dealt with homicides a long time, right?
Yep.
You saw some very startling things in your career. Right?
Certainly.
Bodies and things like children's bodies, right?
Certainly.
And one of the things you don't want is you guys are trying to work in there, maybe life-saving procedures or, trying to preserve the scene, take pictures of the scene. You don't want some incredibly anxious mother who's like, where's my child? And going in, right?
No,
You don't
don't
want-
have that happen. Yes.
Because it's highly disturbing to the police doing their work, right?
It's more preservation of the scene. It's understandable that you would have that reaction.
And it's understandable because human beings that have lost loved
Welcome back,
ones,
Mo.
this is very tragic, right?
Certainly.
And the concept that you could see.
Just briefly approach on this.
State is just hating what they're bringing to the table there.
Yeah, and all of his credibility about how they preserved the crime scene and they did everything by the book and no one touched as much as a hair. They didn't even check the closet if there was a shooter in there.
They didn't check the closet? Are you kidding? I'm over here trying to find a damned.
Mo. They missed a 2 foot by 2 foot safe in a closet.
Yeah.
For the love of all that, I'm over here trying to find a goddamn coupon thing and a pile of crap and downstairs and
Yeah, well, don't, if you can't find it, don't be mad about it because the police
Oh.
didn't find a 2 foot by 2 foot safe.
oh well, I did because I'm a mom, but
But
more
yeah.
moms on the police force. It's
Well, for investigations, let's be honest, we want big buff guys when people start getting all crazy and carrying hammers and such.
I for one don't see gender.
Well, I do when crazy people come at me with like axes. I'm all for putting men on the front line.
Yeah, it's funny when it's war. Equal rights goes right out the window. But
Hey, I am
hopefully
always.
they figure out where the
Yeah,
safe
you boys go take care of that.
Well, you guys,
That's what
it
we-
has been boring actually, to be honest, but y'all have made it fun, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Probably, maybe. I don't know. This
Something.
week has been interesting. Possibly.
Thank you so much for joining us and making it fun.
Yes, Mo, you're
Thank
always
you.
the best.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Boom, 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 boom.
For the admission. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of.
They lost
T
that
and
one
R
too.
have already been admitted, but I would move for the admissions of. Yes.
No, Your Honor, and there is a stipulation also on the record that all of these photographs that have just been shown were taken on July 2nd, 2008.
That's right. So, S and U will be admitted. There is a stipulation between the parties that defense exhibit RST and U was taken on July 2nd of 2000.
So they moved the
So July
safe
2nd of 2008 is 7 weeks, a lengthy period of time after the incident.
7 weeks
It is.
later?
So I'm going to go back to State Exhibit 1.
Is
You see,
that
that's the crime scene.
normal? What?
Case I'm talking about.
I think that's
Yeah.
because they had to throw
Those
him out the
people
day
stay away from
before.
that. Let's preserve this crime scene, right?
Right. They've established an inner and outer perimeter as well.
Okay. And just this that I'm showing you, the exhibit I'm showing you, is taken on the night in question, maybe in the early morning hours of the 9th, but it's the 8th into the 9th. Fair?
Yes, I can see Lieutenant Roberts standing right there.
And we can see you too, can't we?
Is it me?
Isn't that
Possibly
you
me.
back by the
That-
cardiac, sir?
I was heavier back then. Better looking.
Freaking sir.
Ah, get over
How do you-
yourself.
Let me read.
That's me.
That's you, isn't it? You're right back there where one of those cartridges is found, right?
Yes.
And the questioning I wanted to do is make sure that you were talking about, you don't want mothers coming in there because it could be really upsetting, besides the preservation of the crimes, right?
Yeah, but
Sure.
you could see it on the
You don't want family members.
pictures from the night. You could just see the corner of it. So why they want to stipulate to that, I don't
I'm going
know.
to show you and publish.
Hey,
Send it to
HT.
you. Do you see the arrows up on the wall?
Yeah, he did. He just said he was heavier back then and better looking. The same guy
Yeah.
who
Oh my God.
who
Sorry.
90 minutes ago got angry when the lawyer said that they were smaller guys. I'm 5'9", the official average. He has problems.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. And a ruler tape.
This was put up a long period of time beforehand by by Mr. Randy McPhail, crime scene analyst.
On May 15th, directly after the walkthrough.
And what it depicts is those arrows depict blood and brain matter. There.
Blood and tissue and yes, cerebral spinal fluid. Yes. And the
And
bullet
what
impact.
you appear to be doing is explaining that to Colleen. Fair?
Yes.
Who is Colleen holding somebody?
I can't tell on that photograph.
Okay. If I showed you,
Pins to zoom.
if I show you Exhibit S,
Objection, relevance? And we can approach on this before we start.
The state is really not liking this. I think it's a bit of both. You're seeing it more and more because it's all over YouTube. But again, they have to fill those quotas. And is it the best cop who gets promoted, or is this the cop with the softest lips? You never know. In the Randolph trial from Texas, from Florida, it seemed like it was more skill based than education based. and because she was really good at being on her knees.
Probably.
Because did you look for evidence? Nope, not my job. Isn't you the lead
If
detective?
it's
Yeah,
not
but
brought
someone
to
else should
my
do it.
attention, then I'm not going to look for it. That was what she said.
Yeah, stupid B word.
That is ridiculous.
Oh, they are really going at it. Boom, 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 boom,
I love when
boom.
that. I mean, the state's clearly trying to.
Are you in that?
They lost that one too.
Yes or no, detective? Are you in that photo S explaining, and when I say S, and in you, explaining the crime scene to Colleen and her child? Yes or no?
What the?
No,
That's not you.
I'm explaining what happened to her mom.
That's explaining the crime scene. Why the fuck are you
On the
stupid?
night in
Sorry.
question, the 8th into the 9th, you told us that Thomas Randolph had talked to law enforcement at the scene so that they could get sort of a better understanding of what they were dealing with inside that house, right?
Yes.
He did it voluntarily.
Yes.
He then accompanied Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy down to the police station, homicide, and he gave a lengthy interview, right?
Yes, he did.
He cooperated and answered the detective's questions.
Yes.
He then was involved in
Hey.
a walkthrough with you, right?
Hey, White
Yes, 1
Rabbit.
week later.
Welcome, welcome.
Several other officers there. Detective Mogg, Sergeant
Wilson. Yes. Sergeant Albie and the videographer.
And he answered the questions.
But I
that you
can't,
asked, didn't he?
Yes, he
I
did.
can't draw
At the
how
beginning of the video,
bad
did you
this
see
is for the
that
state's case.
his eyes appeared a little droopy, a little, did you notice that?
I noticed that when Don Bell put the camera up on his shoulder that Mr. Randolph exhibited those traits. Yes.
But he still answers all your questions to the best of his ability. He gets down on the floor, right?
Yes, he does.
At one point, you tell him to get down and show you how he was trying to help Sharon.
No,
Right.
actually, he was doing that on his own. Nobody told him to do that.
You were asking him to reenact the scene.
Well,
Right.
we're
We're
going
asking
through the
him to
scene.
reenact the scene, right?
No one asked him to get on the ground. He did it himself. Yes.
You asked him to come in there and reenact the scene, didn't you?
Yes, we're going through the scene.
And
Okay,
he got
and
down
that's
on
what
the
he-
ground to show you how he had done it.
Yes, he did.
Okay, this guy annoying me the crap out of me.
He then,
Yeah, and he can
DNA was
say,
taken from
see,
it, wasn't it?
this is going down the drain,
that
and that's
time-
why he gets
at
more.
some point, DNA
Yes.
is taken. And when you take DNA from somebody, I've actually seen you do it on video before. You pull out gloves and you pull out a packet and take what looks like a long,
Q-tip.
Yeah.
Yes.
you rub it in the mouth.
That's bugle.
They rub it themselves. It's a kit. The gloves are in there. All the paperwork's in there. The Q-tips are in there. The boxes they go in are in there. But you hand them the Q-tip, and then they go on both sides of their cheek.
Sometimes you get warrants to get people's DNA, don't you?
Sometimes, yes.
But in this case, Mr. Randolph said, I'll
Voluntary consent.
yeah, he voluntarily consented. And he voluntarily consented on May 8th into the 9th to let officers search the house as well.
Yes, he did.
And then he gives another interview that we've just gone over, and that is on, for accuracy, the 3rd of June.
Correct.
And he voluntarily proceeds to the police station and answers your questions.
Yes, he did.
Just so I don't forget, there's a mention of a Brady being shot. Do you remember that? A discussion of, do you know who Jim Brady is?
Yes, I do.
He was the man who was badly injured when
With Reagan. Yes.
And do you remember when there's a discussion about Brady being shot? That's what it's in reference to.
Yes, I think he's referring to the Brady bill. Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you that Michael Miller had made these statements. We heard that in the interview about how Michael had been involved in criminal activity. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically which criminal activity you're talking about.
Do you remember that Randolph said, "Oh, I didn't believe him that he was talking about all these things he did."
Like a robbery, there was something.
Yes,
He did, yes,
yes.
I remember him talking about that.
He didn't believe him, did he? He said, "Nah, I didn't take that seriously.
That's what it sounded like.
I thought he was just making up his little story, right?"
That's what it sounded like. Yes.
So, and then he continues to tell you
Better
how
than
he
4
trusted
doors more
this
horse
murderer, Michael
if
Miller,
you're
right?
going on trial.
He told you
Yes.
trusted him
He
a number of
he
times.
told us multiple times that he trusted him. Yes.
He told you that Michael Miller knew that Sharon and Thomas were going out to eat at the charcoal room and then a movie, right?
Correct.
Tommy tells you they didn't go to the movie, right?
Yes.
And then they went back home to, for lack of a better word, have sexual relations.
Yes,
He just says it in a bad way, doesn't he?
yes,
You knew that Mr. Miller, or you're being told, had a key to that house.
yes, that he had it at some point, but had returned it.
There was no sign of forced entry, was there?
No, there wasn't.
But there's a pair of keys. There's a pair of keys in a lock to the shed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
A pair of keys?
Do you remember some keys
Dude.
that are left in a,
Yes.
He's
Remember the
just
photograph of
getting
those keys?
obnoxious now.
where was that leading to? What was, if I went in that door and walked in, what would I be going into?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see the reference shot for that particular set of keys.
What? Whose keys were those?
I don't know.
If I wanted to show them to the jury, did you impound them? Were those keys impounded?
No, we only impounded the keys that were inside the black fabric bag.
There was, you know, on a set of keys, sometimes they have, like you have your shopping card. You know what I'm
Yes.
talking about? On these keys, it appeared that there were things like that, shopping. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Whose name is on
I don't know which keys you're talking about.
the keys that we're talking about that are in that lock?
Oh my God, guy.
I'm not sure.
Did they ever test anything?
So
Did you
it's
look
fair
for
to
anything?
say there is a set of keys out there that was not impounded, right? At that house. It was in a lock.
Yes.
Wasn't impounded.
No.
Wasn't tested for any forensics.
No.
We didn't record
And
who
again-
was on those cards at all.
No.
The state had
We don't
6
think so.
hours
No.
of an interview, couldn't hear, and now you have people asking direct questions. It's a bit long, yes, but remember the state used 6 hours to talk about this.
I am showing you what has been admitted as states 15. Do you see those keys in the door?
Yes, I do. That's the reference shot I was referring to.
And so fair to say,
Now you know about the keys.
you know what's
Like, come on.
set of keys, you still don't know about.
Yeah, and then they just
I don't
found
know
all
whose
the
keys
evidence
they
that
are.
pointed to that man.
You want to give them the parameters? We've told them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is we are going to take our lunch recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts.
So, Jane Bird, what did we learn?
That this cop they didn't do anything.
No. They found the criminal, and then they went on to prove he did it.
Yep.
They didn't look at the crime scene. They didn't look at the victims. They didn't even find a 2 by 2 feet big safe.
Yeah, they're like, oh, that safe? What safe? What are you talking about? Like, come on.
Yeah, and then they had the little problem with they didn't take the keys out of the lock in the door that supposedly was locked, so Michael couldn't leave that door. And okay, I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I'm saying the state haven't proven it, and it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse because this is
Well,
this is again the defense is doing real well.
mhm. That's the whole thing is like we already know they've Mike was the one that shot her, but
No one is
they're not
arguing he shot Mike.
that this was a conspiracy of any type where they were plotting this whole thing together, like at all. So
Well,
that's
but-
why I feel like he could have done it, yes, but you're not telling me how it all came together, this master plan,
Oh. And Fedorowski, have fun with Agatha Christie. Is it Poirot or is it Miss Marple? The last hour and a half has been pretty good. But the White Rabbit, if you're still here, show this to your husband. I got a new one. So I'm ready if we're doing another Lego stream. But everyone, as all the other days, I have linked the cells link in the top of the chat. It's in the description of the video. So you really don't have any excuses for not joining Selbert when he goes live in a bit. I don't know exactly when he's doing it. The trial is on break right now.
What
I
does
have been
the
sitting.
time say on it? It usually says what time they come back from lunch.
I pulled it down because I was
Oh,
done.
sorry.
No, because they went back to the thing. So yeah, it's there's the baby murder case too today. You might have to look into that.
4:40. 4:40 they'll be back. So
4:40. So that will be in 50 minutes.
yeah, like 50 minutes.
Yeah. And and now there's none from 2000 from supposed to be. I have to look that up for Roscoe. I like Poirot. And I like Agatha Christie. She makes some good crime stories. But everyone, show a little love to Jamie. There's no grifting going on today, but Jamie does have a lash fund that you could contribute to if you want to do that. All I ask for is show the like button a little ticklish love, and maybe come back tomorrow. When I figure out at what time they'll be starting tomorrow. I'll have a full day of packing all my things today.
And then tomorrow's your last day, right? And then you leave.
I'm leaving on a jet plane.
Baker's leaving us
Don't know
like
when I'll
how
be
like
back
2
again.
days.
Leaving on a jet plane. Down to that. You're gonna take pictures of chocolate and mountains and Legos.
You need to send me some chocolate. You promised.
But I can't. I'm not sure we can send it into the U.S. because of health thingies.
Okay. By the time I'd get it, it'd be melted and ruined.
Yeah, I put it into something. I put it in. I write a book with melted chocolate, and then you can just scrape it off the pages.
Yes.
So, the white rabbit. Did you show him? I have to show it again. It's such a thoughtful gift from my brother. Look at what my brother gave me today. A big Lego figure. That's a real one. This is the one I'm building at some point. It's gonna take me forever. But no, everyone, go join. Join Salbert later. Are you going to Salbert too, or are you taking a night off? Then you have to go to Salbert because Jamie is there, and
Albert's my boy.
yeah, and we'll be coming back again tomorrow. And yeah, I'm going somewhere fun. I'm going to take care of my nephew for a week. So, but I will try to, if the Wi-Fi down there is workable, I will try to maybe jump on some streams and maybe try to upload some, not vlogs, because I'm not walking around in the city talking to my camera like some idiot. I don't have a push-up bra on, so I can't do that without people thinking I'm weird. But I will take some pictures because it's a really beautiful, and it's a really old city, so there's a lot of exciting stuff for people who like old stuff. So I will be going somewhere interesting with a lot of chocolate. So yeah.
Jealous. We're all jealous.
Yeah, John Denver, he he's got a copyright to strike me from the grave. Yeah. I like the Poirots with the Dave Suchet, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. I don't like the last one they did with his death, but yeah, whatever. But everyone, it has not been fun. It has been a slog, but you made it bearable. And just for that, you get a little Glenn.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
Never gets old.
See you tomorrow, everyone.